HTML is regarded as one of the more traditional coding languages, but in 2022, it will still be quite important for programmers. Professional programmers can benefit from a basic understanding of HTML, but people in many other professions can also benefit from it. So let us walk you through HTML in this video tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Today, we'll be taking you through part 1 of this HTML training program. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from the viewers if we are clearly audible and the screen is clearly visible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if any changes are required from our end, please do let us know in the chat section only. Alright, I see a lot of positive responses in the chat section, so let's wait for some more minutes so that some more people can join us. Until then, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and if you want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. Also, if you have any queries related to today's topics, please feel free to drop them down in the comment section only, and we'll address them as soon as possible. I think we can get started now. So let's go through the agenda for today's video. We'll start this video with what is HTML, followed by basic HTML topics like HTML tags, attributes, and elements. We'll then go through images, tables, and lists in HTML. Once we've finished these basic HTML topics, we'll go through HTML colors, backgrounds, and fonts. All these HTML elements are used to make a web page visually appealing. Following that, we'll go through HTML forms and create a basic login and sign up form with the help of HTML form tag. Next, we'll cover intermediate topics like how HTML is used with CSS and JavaScript. Following that, we'll see what HTML IDEs and classes are. And at the end of this tutorial, we'll work on a mini project with all our knowledge. Once again, I'm mentioning here about the HTML training program, under which we'll be taking you through the core topics of HTML in different videos. So please stay tuned to SimpliCode for more amazing updates. So I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. So without any further delay, let's get started.
Website architecture. Website architecture basically defines the design and structure of a website. A website contains two important parts, the front end and the back end. The front end of any website is something the user came across. We can also state it as the client side of any website. Whatever the user of the website sees while going through any particular website is considered as front end. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are the three most popular and mainly used technologies which are responsible for the development of the graphical user interface. The combination of these three technologies is responsible for giving a smooth and appealing user experience. On the other hand, anything the user doesn't witness while going through the website but actually exists somewhere in the website and the server is known as the back end of a website. Whenever we visit a page and send a request for the content, the server goes through the database and then creates a response that is sent back to the browser. The browser then interprets the response and displays the content on the screen. Several technologies are used for back-end development. Few of them are JavaScript frameworks like Node.js and Next.js, Python frameworks like Django, Ruby frameworks like Ruby on Rails, C++ frameworks like Apache, and many more other technologies. Let's move ahead and we'll now go through what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Introduced in the year 1993 by Tim Berners-Lee, the same person who invented the World Wide Web in the year 1989. The first version of HTML was written in 1991 but released later in 1993 as HTML 1.0. HTML got many updates with time and the current ongoing version of HTML is HTML 5.0. HTML is also known as the most basic building block of the web, which is used to create the structure of any website with the help of numerous predefined tags. It helps the browser to understand the structure and style of a document or file for viewing over the internet. It allows our web pages to host videos, images, and other applications. It also facilitates navigation within web pages or between websites through hypertext. Hypertext refers to the links present in any website to connect different web pages and create a whole website. HTML has a lot of use cases. Web development. HTML code is used to design how a browser displays web page elements such as text, hyperlinks, and media files. Internet navigation. Users can easily navigate and insert links between related pages and websites, as HTML is heavily used to embed hyperlinks. Web documentations. HTML makes it possible to organize and format documents similarly to Microsoft Word. Moving on to the installation part. HTML does not require any special software to work. If you have Notepad installed in your system, that's enough to start using HTML. The best part about HTML is its ease of use. Let's move on to the editors part now, and we'll then download a particular editor for a complete HTML playlist. An editor or IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment, is a software application that comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. The number of IDEs present in the market today is huge. Some of these editors are Notepad++, Atom, and VS Code. These editors are free to use. On the other hand, editors like Sublime are free but with some limitations. To access all the features of Sublime, we have to go for the premium version for the license, and then we can use it for software development. My personal choice for an editor is the Visual Studio Code. There is a reason behind using VS Code as an editor. Let me tell you a few advantages of VS Code over other editors. First of all, it is free to use as it is open source software, so we can get it at no cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There's nothing like we need any web support or work on different editors for different programming languages. We can use VS Code for different languages as well. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. Suppose we want to use a programming language, it does not support. All we have to do is to add an extension and we are good to go. It also does not affect the editor's speed as it runs as a different process. Besides all these properties, one main key factor behind using VS Code is its availability in different platforms, like it is available for Mac, Linux, and Windows. So I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features that we'll discuss while installing and working with VS Code. Let's start with the installation part now. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and write here VS Code. Press enter and the next page which will open will show us the results. Click on the first link over here and we are here at the website of VS Code. Right. Now you can see the download button in front of your screen. You can click on it and you can download the stable version for your operating system from here only, or you can go to the other download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Click on the button over here. So you can see here we have all the extensions as well. These are the top extensions. We have to download them inside VS Code once the downloading part overs. So here you can see the download starts. Now sit back and relax until the download finishes. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take us to the license agreement page. Now agree over here, click on next and it will take us to the browser part. So here what we have to do is we have to choose a location for the VS Code file to locate. So you can choose any location. So for now I'm clicking on next over here. Now you can see we have a different folder, so we can click on browse and then select it and then click on next. So here we can see we have some additional features. So what we'll do is we'll create a desktop icon. Now you can see other options as well. So click on them as well, click on next, and now click on install. The installation will start. Once we are done with the installation part, click on finish and the VS Code will start automatically. Fine. So here you can see we have the welcome page over here. What we can do is we can open a folder from here. So if you have any folder, so what we can do is we can open it from here. Now what we'll do is we'll create a new file. So here you can see we are in a file. What we have to do is we have to save this file now. So click on file, click on save, and now we can save this file at any place or any location we can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to go on desktop. We are going to create a new folder over here. We are going to name it as HTML. Now inside HTML, what we are going to do is we are going to write here the name of our file. So we'll write here first, then we'll write here the extension. So what we have to do is we have to write here first.html, and here you can see we have an HTML file over here, right? So you can see we have 4 options over here. The first one is for opening a folder or any particular location. So click on open folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to open HTML over here, and you can see we have the HTML folder open. Now we have the file over here as first.html, which we created recently. Then we have the search button over here to search anything or to replace anything. The next button we have over here is for the source control. Then after this we have the debug button as well, and then we have the extensions. So these are the features VS Code provides us, and below here we have the accounts option and the settings option. What we can do from here is we can change the font size and different settings, right? Now, the next button we are going to discuss is the extensions button. Here we can find many extensions given by the VS Code Studio community. They are free to use. So for now, we'll use these 2 or 3 extensions. So what we can do is we'll click on HTML CSS support. So you can see I have already installed these extensions over here. So then we have JavaScript and TypeScript nightly and the live server extension. So this extension is pretty important, the live server one and the HTML CSS support. You can leave the JavaScript and TypeScript nightly for now. So we have to install these 2 extensions for now. So I have already installed it. You can install them in your computer. Now, the next thing we have to do is, so we can start writing our code here on. I've already told you that while saving any file, make sure that we are saving that file with a .html extension. So what we have to do here is we have to put an exclamation mark over here and press enter, and you can see we have the basic HTML code which we'll need in almost every project. We can simply start with it if we have basic computer knowledge. We got you covered if you are a newbie to HTML. Please stay connected with us and you guys will understand HTML in a very fun and exciting way. Before we go through the different tags present in HTML, let's discuss what a tag is. A tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen. The list of tags present in HTML is pretty huge. We'll go through some basic tags in today's video and we'll go through the remaining tags while working with them. So let's start with the most basic tag we have in HTML. You can see here we have a basic program written over here. All the tags mentioned over here are mandatory for all HTML programs. The first thing we have here is the doc type as HTML. You can see it over here. We have written doc type HTML. So this is not an HTML tag but an instruction for the system about the type of document. Basically, we are telling the system that this is going to be an HTML document so that all the browsers can know that this particular document is an HTML document and work accordingly. The next tag we have here is the HTML tag. You can see the HTML tag starts from here and goes till end, right? We have ended this HTML tag at the end of our HTML document. Now this tag is necessary for all HTML documents. If we are working on an HTML document, then this tag is what we are going to need. The HTML tag represents the root and the end of the whole document. This is a container tag that contains all the other tags within it. So this tag is pretty mandatory in all HTML documents. Now the next tag we have here is the head tag. you can see the head tag over here, and the ending of this head tag is present over here. We have certain tags present inside this particular tag. Now you can see that this head tag contains meta tags and the title tag, right? You can see the meta tag over here. We have 3 meta tags, and then we have a title tag as well. Now the meta tags doesn't appear on the page itself, but only in the page's source code. Meta tags are essentially little content descriptors that help search engines what a web page is all about. Now the next tag we have here is the title tag. The title tag is used to define the title of a web page. Basically, we write the name of our web page inside this tag. For example, if we see here, the title of our web page is document for now. If we change the title of this HTML document and write here something like first document. Fine. Now save the program, open it with live server. Now you can see it over here that the window name is changed to first document. There is no change in the web page itself. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size of our VS Code and the browser. We are going to keep them side by side here, so that any changes we made in this HTML document are reflected in the web browser. Other tags we can use inside the head tag are the style tag, the script tag, and the link tag. Now the link tag is used to link any external CSS file to a HTML page. We have to provide the source of that file, and then any styling changes we make in that particular file will get reflected in the web page. For that, so let's create a CSS file first. What we are going to do is we are going to create another file over here. Let's name it as style.css. Now this particular file has .css as extension. This will tell the browser that this particular file is a CSS file, and we are going to use it for styling purposes. Fine. So we have this style.css over here. Now we are going to link this with our HTML document. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here link. So this is the tag. Now we have to write here rel, and we have to write here style sheet. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to provide the source code of this particular file. So for that we are going to use href. Href is going to be style.css. Now close this link tag. Now this rel tag over here specifies the relationship between the current document and the link document. Now you can see it over here, we have this rel as style sheet. This means that this particular file is a style sheet, and we are going to use this for styling purposes. Another important tag we have inside the head section is the script tag. This tag is used to declare or use any script within the HTML document, basically used for JavaScript. So it's not necessary to use this tag within the head section only. We can use it anywhere, but for now we are going to use it inside the head tag. The syntax is also easy. We have to write it like script src. Now src is going to be the file name. So let's add another file over here. We'll write first.js. So this will tell the browser that this particular file is a JavaScript file. So we are going to write here inside this. Now we are going to write first.js. Now we have to define the type as well. So type is going to be text, and the file is a JavaScript file. So we'll write here JavaScript. Fine. Now close this tag, and the script tag will closes automatically. You can see it over here. Fine. The script tag is closed. Keep one thing in mind, that we have to close the script tag every time, but the link tag is not necessary to close. The next tag we are going to discuss is the body tag. The body tag defines the document's body. Now you can see it over here. If we go back to our HTML page, you can see the body tag over here. Now the body element contains all the content of an HTML document, such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. There can only be one body element in an HTML document. Any tag we are going to use within the body tag is going to define the structure of a web page. Now the next tag we are going to use is the heading tag. There are 6 different types of heading tags, starting from H1 and goes till H6. H1 refers to the most important heading, and H6 refers to the least important one. The font size of H1 is the largest, and the font size of H6 is the smallest among all. So let's use them all here. What we'll do is we'll write here H1. Now inside this H1 we'll write this is heading 1. Save the program, and you can see it over here. We have a heading in our web page which says this is heading 1. Similarly, we have the h2 tag as well. So if we write here h2 and inside this, if we write this is heading 2. Save the program. You can see the change in the font size. You can see the difference over here. The font for h1 is greater and the font for h2 is a bit smaller than h1. Similarly, we have h3, and for h3 we are going to write here this is heading 3. Fine. Then we have h4 as well. So we are going to write here h4, and inside this we are going to write this is heading 4. Fine. Similarly, we have h5 and h6 as well. So we are going to mention them first here. So we'll write here this is heading 5, and finally we have h6, which is used for heading 6. So we are going to write here this is heading 6. Fine. Save the program and you can see the difference in all the headings over here. The size for h1 is the largest and the size for heading 6 is the smallest. We can use any of these headings according to our needs. Similarly, we have the paragraph tag as well in HTML. It is used to write a paragraph or any content within the web page. The syntax is simple. We have to use the p tag for that. So if we write here p, and now inside this paragraph tag, whatever thing we'll write. So let's say we are writing here, this is a first HTML document. Fine. Now save this program and you can see it over here. We have some text present in the web browser, right? So these are the most basic HTML tags we discussed in today's video. As we said, the list of tags is large and we'll discuss them while working with them. So please go through these tags on your own and let us know if you face any issues. We have already discussed about tags in the last video. We came across several important tags in the previous video, like the HTML, head, and the body tags. A simple definition of tags states that a tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets, which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen, right? Now, keeping this definition in mind, the definition of an element in HTML states that an HTML element is the collection of a start tag, its attributes, an end tag, and everything in between the tags, right? So an HTML element is basically a collection. Let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body of this HTML document, we'll write P. Fine. Now this paragraph tag over here is an example of a tag. It has opening tag and a closing tag. So this whole thing is a tag. This paragraph is a tag over here. Now if we add an attribute to this tag like an ID or a class, so what we'll do for that, we'll write here, let's say ID is equals to para1. Fine. This tag now has an attribute within it. ID makes this whole tag unique. We can access the content of this tag with the help of ID attribute. We'll discuss attributes in detail in the upcoming video. For now, let's add some content inside this tag. So what we'll do is we'll write inside this tag. We'll write over here, let's say this is a paragraph. Fine. So we'll write here paragraph. So this is the content of a paragraph tag. Now we have 4 different parts present over here. We have the starting tag over here. So this is the starting tag. This whole thing over here is the starting tag. Then we have attribute. So ID here is the attribute. Then we have the content of this tag. So this is the content present inside whole tag. And then we have the end part of a paragraph tag. So this represents the end part, right? So the combination of these 4 things is known as the HTML element. Now let's talk about the case sensitivity of HTML tags. So HTML tags are not case sensitive. So you can see we have paragraph tag over here with small p present inside angular brackets. What we can do is we can write here capital P as well. So these 2 things are pretty same. So let's write something inside this as well. So let's say we are writing here, this is paragraph 2. Fine. So this is the content present inside this paragraph tag with capital P inside angular brackets. Now save the program. And you can see we have two paragraphs over here. The first one says this is a paragraph and the second one says this is a paragraph 2. So what we have to do is we have to remove A from here. Save it now, and now it says this is paragraph 2. Fine. So I hope you guys got that HTML tags are not case sensitive. Fine. Now let's move ahead and we'll now discuss empty elements in HTML. Most HTML elements have a start tag and an end tag that indicate where the element begins and where it ends. For example, we have this paragraph tag over here. This is the start of this paragraph tag and this is the end part, right? So this indicates that this paragraph tag ends over here. Now there is a group of elements that are exceptions to this rule. So these elements are called empty or void and only have a start tag since they have no content present inside the tag. So they must not have an end tag in HTML. Example of empty elements are like the break tag we have image, link and many more such tags. The list is quite long. So what we'll do is we'll add an image using the image tag. So image tag is basically an empty element. So we'll use that particular element and you guys will understand what empty elements are. So as mentioned earlier that empty elements do not require any closing tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside angular brackets, img is the tag name. Then we'll write here src. So src over here is attribute. We'll discuss attributes in upcoming videos. So inside this we'll provide the path of our image. So let's say we have this image present inside images folder, which is a folder present in a system, so where we are saving all our HTML programs. So the next thing we'll write here is alt stand for alternate. So if the image is not shown over the browser, then the alternate text will be shown. So let's say we are writing here image1. Now we'll close this image tag. So that's all. We don't have to close this particular image tag. We don't have to write here like this. So you can see we don't have to write here like this anything. So if we not write it over here, that's fine because image element is an empty element. So let's save the program and you can see we have an image over here in the browser. So the image size is quite large. What we'll do is we'll reduce the size. So we'll write here this for now. We'll discuss all these things in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about it. For now you can see that we have an image over here. So this is our image. This particular image is what we have added using the image tag. So this is done. Now the last thing we'll discuss in this video is the nesting of elements. Nesting means we can use a tag or element within another element. For example, you can see we have a paragraph over here. So this is a paragraph which says this is paragraph 2. Let's add some more things over here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. And save the program. So this is the paragraph over here. You can see. Let me increase the size of our browser a bit. So now I think you guys can see it much better. Now what we'll do is we'll use a particular element or tag within this paragraph tag. So let's say we want this HTML to be cursive and bold in nature. So what we'll do over here is we'll use the B tag over here. So B stands for bold. So what we'll do next is we'll cut HTML from here and we'll paste it inside this B tag. Now save the program and you can see HTML is bold in nature now, right? Similarly, what we can do is we can nest one more tag inside this bold tag. So what we can do is we'll write here I. Now we have to put this HTML inside both these tags. Save this program and you can see the HTML is cursive in nature now. So you can see we have three different tags, or we can say we have two different tags inside a particular tag. This is known as nesting of elements. So we can do it with HTML as well. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what HTML elements are and how elements are different from tags in HTML. In the last part, we came across HTML elements. We saw the difference between HTML tags and elements. Now that we already have an idea about elements, let's discuss what attributes are. Let me write the basic syntax of an HTML element over here first. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. Let's use the paragraph tag. So we are writing over here. This is a basic example of elements in HTML. Fine. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what this is. This is actually a basic HTML element. We have nothing else over here, just a simple example of HTML element. An element consists of a start tag, an ending tag, and the content within the tag. Right, so this particular thing is an element. Now, attributes in HTML refer to the additional properties or characteristics of an element. For example, if we write here, let's suppose we are writing over here. Let's say we are writing over here ID as para1. Fine. Now save this program and you can see over here that we have a paragraph which says this is a basic example of elements in HTML. Now we have this whole element with ID as para1, or we can give any ID of our choice. Now this ID is unique for this particular element. For now, you don't have to worry much about this ID or any other attribute. Just focus on what attributes are. We are going through the working of attributes basically. So we can use the ID of this attribute to style this particular element. So basically this ID attribute defines what this HTML element is. We have to use the style tag element, or we can say we have to use the style element for styling this particular paragraph. You will understand it once we go through the tag. So let's do it over here. What we'll do is we'll use the style tag over here. So we'll write here style. You can see this is a style element basically. It has start tag, it has ending tag. Now we'll write some content inside this particular tag. So let's say we are writing over here hash para1. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll define some styling properties. So let's say we are writing over here background color as red, and we'll write here color. So this color here refers to the font color basically. So we'll write here blue. Now save this program and you can see the paragraph in our browser is changed. So what we did here is inside this style element, we access this particular ID. So ID is unique for each element. We'll discuss it later on. So basically this particular paragraph tag has an ID named para1. So we are using that particular ID. Then we have some CSS properties. So these properties are used to style a particular element. So we have used it over here. You can see it over here. If I zoom out a bit in the browser, you can see the background color of this whole paragraph is red and the font color is blue. Fine. What we want to say here is this ID over here is basically an attribute. It is used to identify or change a particular element. We have many attributes present in HTML. So we'll go through some of them. Let's say we are adding an image over here. So let's add an image and you guys will understand about HTML attributes here as well. So we'll write here img. So this is basically an empty element. We have discussed it in the previous part wherein we went through HTML elements. Now what we'll do is we'll write here src. Now src is also an attribute. This attribute is used to provide the system with the source of a image. So if we go back to this particular HTML folder, so here we have a HTML folder. You can see we have a folder here named as images, and we have an image present inside this particular folder, right? So what we have to do is we have to provide this path inside a HTML file. So what we are going to do here is we are going to get back to VS Code, and inside here we'll write images. So this is our folder name, and we have a file name html.png present inside that particular folder. So src is the attribute, and this particular thing is the value of our attribute, right? Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here alt. Now inside this alt, let's say we are writing HTML over here. Now this alt attribute is used when we add an image on. So basically what happens is when we add an image to a web browser, sometimes what happens is the image is not shown over the browser. So in that case, the alternate text will be shown. So if this particular image is not shown in the browser, then this particular text will be shown. So let's save this program. We'll open a web browser here side by side as well. You can see that this particular image is present over here in a web browser. The size of this image is quite large. We can change the size in two different ways. We can either use the ID attribute here as well and then use that particular attribute in the styling tag or CSS file to change the size of this image, or we can simply use the height and width attribute in the image tag over here. So that's the simple one. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is an attribute. We have to define the height in pixels. So we have written over here 300 pixels. Save the program and you can see the height of this image is 300 pixels now. Same thing goes for width as well. If we write here width and if we define the width as 300 pixels as well, save the program and you can see now the height and width of this particular image is 300 pixels, right? So guys, this is all about the basics of attributes in HTML. I hope you guys understood this. We'll go through each attribute while working on those attributes in the upcoming videos. So don't worry about it if we haven't covered all the attributes over here. We'll go through them in the upcoming videos. Before we move on and discuss the different formatting tags in HTML, let's understand what formatting is. Formatting refers to the process of making the text present on a web page more appealing to the user. For example, let's say we want to add a heading in our HTML document, and for that, we want a specific font size. Let's say we want to add a heading with a bigger font size. For this purpose, we have the heading tag present in HTML, which provides us with 6 different font sizes, with H1 being the tag with the greatest font size and H6 with the smallest one. We have already discussed in the previous videos as well. Now we need to make sure which font size we want and we can use the heading tag accordingly. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Let's suppose we are working on a web page wherein we want a heading. So let's say the heading is what is HTML. We want the font size to be bigger. So simply we'll write here H1. We have already mentioned it that H1 has the biggest font size of all the 6 heading tags, right? So inside this we'll write what is HTML. So let's suppose this is the heading. Now on saving the program, you can see here on the browser that we have a heading with larger font size. So what we can do for now is we'll remove this heading from here. Now save it and you can see we have only one heading as of now. We have the heading as what is HTML. We can also write a paragraph after this heading tag that will explain what HTML is using the paragraph. So let's do it over here as well and you guys will understand it much better. So here we are going to use the break element. So this is basically an empty element used in HTML for line break. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it over here. So this is the tag, BR tag or break tag we can say. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside the paragraph tag, HTML stands for, let's write it in capitals. We'll write here hypertext markup language. Fine. So here we have a paragraph that says HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Now what we want to do is we want to add another heading to this web page, which will define the uses of HTML. So basically what we are doing is we are going through the sizes of heading tags. So we want another heading, let's say over here. Now the main heading of our web page was what is HTML and we want it to stand out among all the headings present in our web page. That's why we use the H1 tag for that heading. Now for the next heading or for the new heading, we'll have a little bit smaller size than the main heading. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the H2 tag or the H3 tag for that. So let's use the H3 tag for now. We'll write over here H3. So basically we are going to write it after a BR tag. So we are going to use the BR tag over here or the break tag we can say. Now we are going to write here uses of HTML. Fine. Now save the program and you guys can clearly see the difference in font size of both the headings. Let me zoom in a bit here in the browser. So now you guys can see it much better. There's a difference in the size of heading 1 and heading 3, right? So this difference is what we are talking about till now. There are 6 different sizes for a heading tag in HTML. We can use any of these heading tags according to our need. Figure out which one of these 6 tags is best suitable for your web page and use them. Simple and easy. Let's move ahead and we'll now discuss some more formatting tags present in HTML. The next tag we are going to discuss is the bold tag. This tag is used to make the text bold or strong. So there are two different tags for the same task. For making the text bold, we can either use the bold tag or simple B tag, we can say. The other tag we can use is the strong tag. The functionality of both tags is similar. So we'll use them side by side so that you guys can see the difference, or they are basically same. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this BR tag, we are going to write here B. So B stand for bold tag. Now we are going to write something in here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML. Now again after BR tag, we are going to use the strong tag. Fine. We'll write same thing here. The content will remain the same. So we are going to write HTML over here. Now here we used both tags with similar content present inside them. Save the program. And you can see we have two similar outputs here on our web page. The outputs are exactly similar. The working of both the tags is the same, right? Now let's recall the nesting of elements in HTML from the previous video. We have said earlier that we can use an element within another element in HTML. We are going to nest this bold tag inside our first paragraph tag. It means that we are going to nest this bold tag over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to use bold tag inside the full form, or we are going to put the full form of HTML inside the bold tag. Fine. So save it. And you can see we have hypertext markup language written over here in the browser in bold, right? It looks better than the previous one. Just like the bold tag, we have two more tags present in HTML to make the text on screen look more appealing to the user. The italic tag and the underline tag. Now you guys must be thinking that these three formatting techniques are also present in Microsoft Word. You are right. These three tags are present in both MS Word and HTML. The working is also same. So let's use these tags here once. What we are going to do is we are going to use these tags over here only. So we are going to put this hypertext markup language inside three different tags. So we are going to put them inside italic, we are going to put them inside bold, and we are going to put them inside underline as well. So we are going to do this over here. Now you can see the nesting of elements over here. If I zoom in a bit on Visual Studio Code, you can see we have a paragraph tag, then we have three tags present inside it. So we have bold tag, we have italic and underline. So this is called nesting of elements. Now save this program and you can see the text over here. We have hypertext markup language in italics, it is underlined and it is bold in nature, right? The next tag we are going to use is the delete tag. We have two different tags present for this task as well. Let's say we want to put a line through the center of any text, crossing it out basically. Let's say that this text is not relevant. Fine, so let's go through an example first. What we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag over here, and now after this break tag, we are going to use a paragraph tag. We are going to write a paragraph. So let's say we'll write here, I would like to have a cup of coffee. Fine, save it, and you can see we have this paragraph or sentence over here on the browser. Now what we want is we want to delete this particular word, or we can say we want to put a line through it. Fine, so what we are going to do is we are going to write here strike. Fine, we are going to put coffee inside this strike tag because we want this particular word to cut, and then let's say we are writing over here tea. Fine, so save it now and you can see it over here. It says I would like to have a cup of coffee, has a line over it, and then we have written tea. So you guys can understand the meaning of this sentence by yourself, I guess. We can use this tag anywhere according to our needs. We can achieve this same thing with the help of the delete tag as well. What we have to do is we have to write here in place of strike. What we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code from here. We are going to paste it here. Now instead of strike, we are going to write here delete. So del, this is the tag, and we are going to close this tag as well. Now we are going to write coffee inside it. and save the program, and you can see we have the exact same output with this tag as well. Fine. Another tag we have in HTML for formatting is the mark tag. Now the mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. For example, let's say we are writing something over here, or we can just paste this again and we are going to remove this part. Now we want to mark the word coffee, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here mark. This is the tag, and inside this tag we are going to write coffee, let's say. Fine. Save the program, and you can see it over here. We have this sentence which says, I would like to have a cup of coffee, and coffee is highlighted over here, right? So this is the mark tag, and we can use this tag for formatting. Now the last tag we are going to discuss in today's video is the font tag. The font is an inline element used to change font sizes, font colors, and font styles of the text in a web page. This element has its own attributes. So the three attributes we can use are size, color, and face. Fine. Size is used to change the font size of the text. We can write values between 1 and 7, with 1 being the smallest and 7 being the largest font. Exactly opposite to the heading tag. So you can learn it that way. Color refers to the font color. We can simply write the name of the color, or we can use the hexadecimal values for colors. The hexadecimal numbers are specified according to the RGB value for each color. The last thing we have is face. Face refers to the font style. The default HTML font is Times New Roman. We can use any font style of our choice using this attribute. So let's use this tag over here and you guys will understand it much better, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll write here. Let's say we are using a paragraph tag. So we'll write something over here. Let's say I prefer. Now we are going to use the font tag over here. So this is a tag. You can see it in red color. Now we have three different attributes, right? So the first attribute we have is size. So we'll write here inside size, let's say the size of this font is 4. Then we have color. So color defines the font color. So let's say the font color we want is red. And then we have the face. So let's say we want the font style to be Verdana, and we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing this over red. Fine. Now save the program and you can see it over here. It says I prefer red. Fine. So let's complete this sentence. What we are going to do is we are going to write something after this font tag as well. So let's say we are writing over here red over blue. Save the program and you can see it over here that we have this particular sentence which says I prefer red over blue. So let me increase the size of VS Code so that you guys can see it clearly. So here you can see we have this paragraph tag. Then we have written inside it I prefer, and we have kept this red word inside a particular element, font element basically. This font element has three different attributes: size, color, and face. Now let's change the size of this to 6 for now, and we'll check the output, save the program, and you can see red over here is quite large in size, right? It looks different. So I hope you guys got this. Formatting an HTML document is mostly done using CSS, but now HTML also allows us to format our documents using different tags. Basic formatting, we can say. So formatting is making the web page more appealing using these particular tags. So the list of formatting tags present in HTML is quite long. We can't discuss all of them here, but if we use any of those tags in the upcoming videos, then surely we'll discuss them over there on. Now the task for you guys is to use these formatting tags and let us know if you find any difficulty in using them. In HTML, a phrase tag is used to give structural meaning to a block of text. What does that mean? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. We'll first take a paragraph for this example, a small one maybe. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here P. So we are going to use the paragraph tag. Let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here, hello everyone. Then I'll write this is caution. And let's suppose we are writing over here Please subscribe to a YouTube channel. Fine. Save this, and you can see here that we have the same paragraph here on the browser. Now, what we said earlier about the phrase tags is they are used to give structural meaning to a block of text, right? So here we have a paragraph and we want to provide meaning to a block of text. Let's say we want to put some emphasis on the word YouTube over here. Fine. We want this word to stand out differently from the rest of the paragraph. For this task, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax for this tag goes like this. So what we'll do is we'll cut this sentence into two different parts so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax is pretty simple. What we have to do is we'll write over here. So we are going to make changes inside this particular paragraph tag only. So we are going to use the emphasis tag over here. So what we have to do is we have to cut the word YouTube from here and we have to paste it here. Now the syntax is so simple. We have a two-word tag. So it says EM. It stands for emphasis. Now save the program. And you can see here in the browser, you can see the difference basically. The word YouTube stands out from the rest of the words present in the paragraph. To lay some more emphasis on the word YouTube, we can use the title attribute. Now title attribute will be used inside the emphasis tag. So let's do it here once. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the title attribute over here. So let's say the title says check a YouTube channel. Fine. So let's break it a little more. So here you can see we have these three lines. So inside this paragraph tag, what we are doing is we are using the emphasis tag, and inside that emphasis tag, we are using the title attribute. Fine. On saving the program, you can see nothing changes over here on the browser. To witness the change here, we have to take our mouse cursor over YouTube. And you can see we have a small pop-up here that contains the value of a title attribute. Let me zoom in a bit here. So here you can see on taking the mouse cursor, we have this small pop-up with the value of a title attribute, right? Another thing we can do for this task is we can add a link over here on the word YouTube. We'll discuss it in the upcoming videos when we'll go through text links in HTML. So you guys will understand it much better then. Now, you guys may have a question in your mind that we can do this exact same thing with formatting tags as well, right? Yes, of course we can do that, but formatting refers to the process of molding the text for a better look and feel of the text, while phrase tags are used to provide meaning to a block of text. It's not necessary that if a tag falls under the category of formatting tags, then it can't be a phrase tag. The difference lies in the purpose of using that particular tag. I hope you guys are getting it. The next tag we are going to discuss is the mark tag. We have already discussed this tag in the formatting tags as well. So let's discuss it one more time. The mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. So we have discussed it previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code. So we are going to copy the whole paragraph from here and then we'll paste it here. Now instead of using the emphasis tag, we are going to use the mark tag over here. Fine. So we are going to change the tag name from emphasis to mark for the opening and closing tag. Save it now. And you can see we have another paragraph over here which is almost the same or which is exactly the same. It says, hello everyone, this is Kaushal. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Now the thing to notice here is the word YouTube. It is highlighted in yellow color, right? So the title attribute will work same over here as well. If we put our mouse cursor over the word YouTube, you can see we have this pop-up with the same title value, right? So one thing to notice here is the title attribute is basically the differentiator between the formatting tags and the phrase tags. It means that the tag remains the same, but the way of using it defines the purpose. So let's move ahead and we'll now discuss the abbreviation tag in HTML. The word abbreviation in general terms refers to the short form of a word. That's it. We have the answer here. If you are using any abbreviation for any word, we want the user to know that this particular word has a special meaning. Then we can use the abbreviation tag. So the syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll again use the same paragraph and we'll paste it over here again. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove this empty space from here so that you guys will be able to see the whole code or as much code as possible. So what we are going to do now is we are going to use the abbreviation tag. Fine. So we'll remove this piece of code from here. We have to put this over the word YouTube. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here abbreviation, and inside there we are going to write YT. So this is the short form of YouTube basically. Now save the program and you can see that we have another paragraph, but there's no difference over here as of now. The word is simple. It's not standing out basically, right? So this is because while using the abbreviation tag, we must necessarily use the title attribute along with this tag. So let's do it here. We have to write here title and we have to write here YouTube because YT stands for YouTube. So we are going to write here YouTube. Now save the program and you can see here that the abbreviation YT is now underlined with a dotted line. Fine. This indicates that the word YT is used as an abbreviation here and the user will know that something is different over here. On taking the mouse cursor over it, you can see we have the value of our title attribute. You can see it says YouTube. So this is basically the short form of YouTube, YT over here. Now the next tag we are going to discuss is the address tag. This tag is used to display the address in the web browser. The content is written within the opening and closing address tag is considered as an address in HTML. So this is the address we generally use. Fine, not an IP address or nothing else. The general address we use for our location or for our address. So let's use this tag over here. We'll write here address and this is the tag. Now inside this tag we are going to write YouTube office, let's say. Then we have 123 street. So this is going to be the street name for our address. Then we have, let's say, sector. So let's say the sector is 456. And then we have the place name as Noida and the country name as India. Fine. So this is an address and let's save the program. You can see here the difference in the browser. The address tag over here has a different font. This tag is used to indicate that this particular block of text is an address. So you can see it over here. This is our address. Now if you want to see it clearly, let me remove these three paragraphs from here. Save the program now and you can see we have address over here. So if you want to write it in different lines, so what we can do is we can use the break tag over here, then over here again, save the program and you can see we have the address over here. The font is different. That's the only difference between address tag and other tags. The next tag we are going to discuss is the short quotation tag. This tag is used to add double quotes within a sentence. The syntax is simple. So what we'll do is we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing over here paragraph. We are writing over here, let's say again, please subscribe to a. Now we want the word YouTube inside double quotes, right? So for that we are going to use the quotation tag. This is the syntax. We have to write simple Q and we have to put the word YouTube inside it. Fine, then we'll write here channel and we have to put a space over here. Save the program and you can see it says please subscribe to our YouTube channel with YouTube present inside double quotes. Fine. So the last tag we are going to discuss in today's tutorial is the code tag in HTML. This tag is used to represent programming code in HTML. The text will look like we have any code from a programming language. For example, we'll write here code. This is the tag. Now inside there we'll write, let's say we are using a for loop in JavaScript. So we'll write here for I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than 3. So let's give some spaces over here and then we have I plus plus. Fine. Then after this we have inside here console.log, and we are going to print hi. Fine. So if you are new to this language, just ignore it. It's just a simple piece of code from JavaScript. So save it now, and you can see we have this code over here. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use break tag over here first, then we'll understand it. Fine. So we are going to use the br tag here again and here again. Fine, save it now, and you can see the code now. You can see we have the same output on the browser as the text present in VS Code. The font is exactly the same. So this represents a piece of code in HTML. We can use the code tag for that. So guys, these are some of the basic phrase tags we discussed in today's video. As we mentioned earlier that the list is quite long for all these tags. We'll discuss them in future whenever we use them. I hope you guys got it. Till now, we have covered different types of tags present in HTML. We came across the formatting tags and the phrase tags present in HTML. In the last part, we also covered the differences between these tags. Apart from all the differences these tags have, they are still similar in one aspect. That is, these tags are used to change the appearance of a web page. Whenever we use these tags, we change the look and the feel of a web page. Now, the meta tag is a bit different from these tags. This tag does not impact the appearance of a web page. It is used in the head section of the HTML document and does not require any closing tag to work. What this tag does is, it gives information about the data we have on our web page. Meta refers to metadata. Metadata means data about data. For example, if we have a website that provides the user with some data, it can be any kind of data, and the user can go through it to gain some information. But the information about the data present on our website is given by metadata only. What does it mean to provide data about data? For example, if we go to Google and search for a keyword. Now, how Google works is it goes through the keywords present in any particular website and then shows the user that particular website. Those keywords here refer to metadata, and we have to put them inside meta tags in HTML. The description we get while searching for a website is also present inside the meta tag of any HTML document. Basically, what we are trying to say is this tag is used to give essential information about any particular web page. Meta elements can be used to include name-value pairs describing properties of HTML documents. For example, if we want to put any keyword for our web page, the name attribute inside the meta tag will contain the keyword, and the value attribute will contain the actual keyword name. There is no closing tag needed in meta elements because these elements contain information within attributes only. We can use multiple meta tags for different information. So let's start with the programming part now, and you guys will get a better idea about meta tag in HTML. Here we have a simple HTML document wherein we already have some meta tags present over here. So these tags are present in any new HTML document we create in VS Code. Let me show it to you again. Let me zoom in a bit in VS Code. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new HTML file over here. So let's create one. So let's say we are writing here the name as meta.html. Fine. Now press the exclamation key. So we have to write it this. Now press enter, and you can see we have all the necessary tags present in our HTML document, right? You can see here we have 3 meta tags present over here with some attributes. Let's discuss these tags first. The first meta tag over here you can see has the keyword or has the attribute as charset, right? It says charset and the value is UTF-8. Now UTF refers to Unicode transformation format 8-bit. It is the most common character encoding present in the whole World Wide Web. That is the whole internet. So the next meta tag here has the attribute HTTP equiv, or we can say HTTP equivalent. The value is X UA compatible here. And then we have the content attribute with value as IE equals to Edge. Now this tag tells the Internet Explorer to display the content in the highest mode available. We generally don't need this tag in an HTML document unless we are working with Bootstrap. Now the next meta tag here is used for the viewport width of the web page. You can see it over here. It says name is equals to viewport, and content, it contains width, device width, and initial scale is set to 1.0. Fine. Now this gives the browser instruction on how to control the dimension and scaling of a web page. The width is equals to device width part sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of the device, which may vary depending on the device size. So the next thing we have, the initial scale is equal to 1.0, right? It is used to set the initial zoom level when the browser first loads the web page. So 1.0 is the default value. So these are some predefined meta tags we get while creating any HTML document in VS Code. Now let's discuss some more thing we can do with a meta tag in HTML. We discussed previously about keywords present on a web page, right? So what we'll do is we'll first write over here. We are going to create a meta tag. Then we'll write inside here name is equals to, let's say, keyword. And then we have the content attribute. So it will contain keywords inside it. What we are going to do is we are going to write some keywords. Let's say we are writing over here HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and let's write something else. Let's write here meta. So these are the keywords over here. Now what we did here is we defined some keywords for our web page. Now when any user searches for any of these keywords and we want Google to show our web page at the top, then we have to include all the possible keywords that the user can use to search in Google. Fine. Similarly, if we want to give any description about a web page, what we have to do is we have to write meta over here. So we are going to use another meta tag over here. So next up we have the name attribute. Inside name we'll write description, and inside content we'll give the description, the actual description. Fine. So we'll write this is a page for meta tags in HTML, and we'll close this meta tag. That's it. This is the description of our web page. One thing to say here is none of these meta tags we are using will affect the physical appearance of the web page. So these meta tags are basically related to search engine optimization only. So that's why we are not using them side by side along with Google Chrome, because we can't see them or we can't witness them. Now the next property we'll be discussing here is the revised property. This property is used to mention the last revision done on the web page. The syntax goes like this. We have to use a new meta tag for it, and then inside name what we have to do is we have to write here revised, and then we have to write here content, and then we have to provide the name. So we'll write here SimpliCode, then we'll write the date over here. Fine. So we'll write here 14/03/2022. This is the date. You guys might have noticed while going through Google after searching for any website that last updated is mentioned there in some cases. So this is the syntax for doing so. In case we want to put the name of the person who made the change, then what we can do is we can write here meta again. So we have to use the meta tag again and again for each property. Fine. So we have to write here name. Now we have to mention author, and inside content we have to write the name of author. So let's say Kaushal is the name of author. Now this meta tag over here states that Kaushal is the author of this web page who made the changes and worked on it. Fine. Now if we want a web page to refresh automatically after a particular time interval, we can use meta tag for this task as well. What we can do is we can write here, after this we can write here meta. Now we are not going to use name over here, we are going to use HTTP equiv, and then we have to write here refresh. Then inside content we have to pass here value. So 3 here in this statement refers to the time in seconds. If we include this statement in a HTML file, then the page will get refreshed after every 3 seconds. We can witness this right now. Save the program, and what we have to do is we have to open it with live server. We'll click on open it with live server, and you can see here after every 3 seconds the page gets refreshed, right? So this is how the refresh property in meta tag actually works. Till now, we came across certain types of tags in HTML. We have a good idea of how and when to use any particular tag while working with HTML. Now, let's imagine a situation where we are working on the front end of any web page, which contains more than 1,000 lines of code. We are almost finished with the front end, but suddenly we realize that we made an error somewhere previously, or we want to change a particular piece of code, let's say. In that case, we can't go back checking each line to find that particular piece of code, right? That's where comments can help us and save our time. A comment is common for almost all programming languages. The syntax may differ in different languages, but the usage remains the same. It is a line in programming that does not affect the output of the program. It stays there in the code, but does not affect the output by any means. In HTML, the way of writing a comment is quite simple. We have been working with tags for some time now. The syntax for comments also remains similar to them. All we have to do is we have to write here, like we want to add a comment here, let's say. So what we have to do is we have to put an exclamation mark and then we have to put this. Now this is the syntax for comments in HTML. Now whatever thing we'll write inside it will be treated as a comment. Fine. So one thing to notice here is that there is an exclamation mark at the start of every comment we use, but not at the end. Fine. Just keep this thing in mind and we are good to go with comments in HTML. Let's save our program and you can see there is no change in the browser. So for your convenience, what we are going to do is we are going to add a paragraph over here. So let's say we are writing over here, we are going through comments in HTML. Let's save the program and you can see that particular paragraph in the browser. So the comment won't affect the outcome of any program by any means. Fine. Another use of comments is they can be used to hide content. Now hiding content means we can temporarily hide any tag from the HTML document according to our needs. So let's say we have an image over here and we want to see if the web page will look good with the image or without it. So let's add an image first. What we'll do is we'll write after this paragraph tag img. Let's say the source is inside images. We have html.png. This is the image. Then we'll write here alternate. Alternate will be, let's say, HTML. Now save the program and you can see the image over here, but it's quite large. So let's fix this first. We are going to write here height and width. So we are using attributes basically. So we'll write here width. Width is going to be 250 pixels. Again, save the program and here you can see we have an image. Fine. Now, to remove this image temporarily, what we have to do is we have to put this whole image tag inside the comment. What we'll do is we'll write over here the syntax for comment. Now this is the comment. What we'll do is we'll copy this image tag. We'll cut it from here and we'll paste it inside this comment. Fine. Now save the program and the image is temporarily removed from the browser. Right? Simple and easy. Now, a comment can be a single line comment or a multi-line comment. No change in the syntax for that. Anything we put inside these tags will be taken as a comment by the browser. So what we are trying to say here is comments are very useful in programming. It's just a note for the programmer to remember what they did at that particular part of the program. Or we can simply say with comments, we can place notifications and reminders in a HTML code. We have been through the image tag previously. If you guys remember when we came across empty elements in HTML, there we saw the syntax for image tag in HTML. Actually, the image tag falls under the category of empty elements in HTML. That's why we saw it there as well. It means that this particular tag in HTML does not require any closing tag to work. It has attributes. We'll go through them in a moment. Before that, let me clear this one thing to you guys. Any image we see on a web page is not inserted into that page. Instead, it is linked to a web page. What the image tag does, it holds a space for the referenced image. You will understand it much better in a while. So let's go through the syntax of adding an image or attaching an image, we can say, to a web page. Using the image tag is not at all a task for the user. It's the easiest thing to do in HTML, we can say that. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. What we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So this is the tag, and we already know that this is an empty element, so it does not require any closing tag. Now, inside the image tag, we have to add attributes. So we'll write here src. So let's discuss some important things before we move ahead. You can see over here that we have used the src attribute inside the image tag. This is a necessary attribute while using the image tag in HTML. Why so? This attribute specifies the path to the image. Any image we want to attach to our web page needs to be stored somewhere, either in the system or it can be anywhere on the internet as well. So let's move back to the main folder. So what we are going to do is we are going to move back to our main HTML folder. So here we are inside the HTML folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to make large icons over here. So here we are in the HTML folder. You can see we have all the HTML files over here, right? Here we have an image named Python. So if we double click on it, you can see this is an image and the name of this image is Python, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to click on it, right click basically, go to properties, and here you can see we have the name of a file and then we have the type. Type here is PNG. PNG means Portable Network Graphics. It is basically an extension for images and pictures. So HTML do support other extensions like JPEG, GIF, SVG and many more other extensions. So we can use any of those files with those extensions. Now to attach this image to a web page, we need to provide the path to the system through which the system can understand that this particular image is stored in this part of the system or the drive. Fine. So the path you can check here is at the top of this window. Click on it and you can see the path over here. So this is the path. So this Python file is present inside the C drive users. Then we have a name, this folder name as Kaushal Bisht. Then we have desktop and HTML. Fine. So this is the path of our image. Let's move back to VS Code, and we don't need the whole path as of now because the current HTML file we are in right now is present inside the HTML folder. So we don't need to specify the whole path as of now. All we have to do is we have to write the file name here inside the src attribute. What we'll do is we'll write here the file name. So our file name is python.png. Fine. So this is a file name. Save the program and you can see we have an image over here on the browser. The size is quite large as of now. We'll see how to manage this thing after some time. For now, let's reduce the size of the whole web page. What we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size and you can see the whole image over here. Fine. Another possibility is we can store all the images inside a single folder. So here if we go back to our HTML folder, here you can see we have a folder named images, right? Double click on it and you can see we have different images present over here. We have 3 different images basically, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. We can use any of these images. So let's get back to VS Code again. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to access any image from that particular folder. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this img, then src. Now inside src, we have to write the folder name first. Fine. So we'll write here images, then we'll use slash, and then we'll write the file name. So we have 3 different files over here. This is the benefit of using VS Code. We have all the 3 files we can use over here. So let's use css.png as of now. Close the image tag, save the program, and you can see the image over here. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the br tag, use it now. Save the program and let's use it once again so that it will be easy for us to understand. So here we have 2 different images, the Python one and the CSS one. So basically what we have to do is we have to give the correct path of that particular image. Fine. So the next attribute we'll discuss is the alt attribute, or we can say the alternate attribute. Let's write it over here first. What we are going to do is we are going to write here alt, press enter and write something over here. Let's say we are writing over here CSS. So this alt attribute we have here provides an alternate text for an image. If the user for some reason cannot view it, so basically it can happen because of slow connection, an error in the source code or in the source, we can say, or if the user is using a screen reader. So it can be any of these reasons, but if the user is not able to see that picture, then an alternate text will come at place. Fine. So the value of the alt attribute should always describe the image. So that's why we have written over here CSS, so that the user can understand that this particular image over here is a CSS image, or it can be basically anything that describes the image. Fine. So let's do one thing here. What we'll do is we'll make an error over here in the src attribute. Let's change the file name over here. Let's say this is the file name. That's a simple error, right? Nothing major over here. Let's save the program, and you can see the image is not here anymore. Fine. So I believe you guys might not be able to see because I have to increase the size for that. So you can see here now there's no image present at this particular part of a web page because the source is wrong. So the file name is wrong basically. Instead of that, we have text present over here which says CSS. Fine. So this is how the alt attribute works in the image tag. Further, and talking about the actual size of these images over here, we can change the size of these images in two different ways. So let's start with the easier one first. What we'll do is we'll use the height and the width attribute, just like the source and alternate attributes we have. These attributes are also used within the image tag. All we have to do is we have to write here height is, let's say, 250 pixels, and then we have width as well. So width again is, let's say, 250 pixels. Save the program, and you can see the image height and width is now 250 pixels. We can do the same thing for this file as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here width as, let's say, 100 pixels and height as again 100 pixels. Save the program, and you can see the size of this image is 100 pixels in width and height now. Fine. Another way of using these attributes is to use them within the style tag. We can use this tag anywhere in the program. Although this tag is related to CSS, and we can also define these things in CSS files. But as of now, we are not talking about that concept. So we'll stick to HTML only. So what we'll do is we'll write here to use the style tag. What we have to do is we have to write here style. Now what we want to do is we want to access the image tag. So we have to write here img curly braces. Now we have to define the properties inside here. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define the width over here as 500 pixels and the height as well. Fine. Height is again going to be 500 pixels. Now one thing to notice here is this image tag or these properties will be applied on both the tags because we are using tag over here. Fine. So we are changing the properties of a tag. So both the image tag will be affected. Save the program, and you can see the image size are now changed. Both are 500 pixels. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it from here and this as well. Now change the size to, let's say, 200 pixels and 200 pixels. Save the program, and you can see we have both the images over here. Both are 200 pixels in width and height. So this tag is also working fine. What we summarize from this is we can use these attributes within the image tag itself, or we can use the style tag to change the style of the image. So these are some of the basic attributes we can use within the image tag in HTML. I hope you guys got it. Try it by yourself and let us know if you face any problem. A table is a set of data elements that allows us to store or represent data into rows and columns. Just like we create tables in normal life for representing the data, the same table we create in HTML as well. A table consists of rows and columns. We can arrange any kind of data like text, images, links, other table, etc. into rows and columns of cells. Fine. The table tag in HTML is used to create a table. So let's do it here side by side, and you guys will get a better idea of what we are talking about here. So let's create a simple table first. We'll discuss each step here. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag we'll create a new tag. So this table tag, this is a table tag. Whatever data we want to put in the table will go inside this table tag only. Now save the program and you can see we are not able to see any table here. So we'll see it in a while. Now let's add some data here first. We know that a table consists of rows and columns, right? The table row tag defines any row in HTML or in a table, we can say. The syntax for it goes like this. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the table tag only, we'll write tr. Now this tr represents table row. Fine. One thing to notice here is we are nesting one tag inside another tag. The table tag is responsible for creating a space for the table. The table row tag is used to add a row to that particular table. Now the next step is to add columns inside the table. Each row can contain one or more than one column. The table data tag is used to add data in columns. So it might sound a bit confusing at the moment, but let's do it over here and you guys will know how easy it is to add data in columns. What we have to do is we have to write here simply TD. TD stands for table data and we have to put the data inside this TD tag. TD means table data tag and this tag represents a column in a table. Fine, so let's write it over here. R1, comma C1. Fine. Let's give some space over here as well. Then again we are going to use the TD tag. So we'll write here R1, comma. Fine. Now here we are. We have added two columns inside the first row. So let's check the output now. Save it. And you can see we have the data over here. This is basically the table data. R1 means row 1, C1 means column 1, and similarly R1 means row 1, C2 means column 2. So this is a single row with two different columns. Fine. Now we are not able to see the structure of the table, right? In order to get the structure of the table, we have to include an attribute inside the table tag. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the table tag. We have to write here border, and inside border we have to mention the border width, so which is basically 1 pixel. Right now save the program and you can see this border attribute will show the border all around the table and the cells. Fine. We can change the width of this border by changing the value of border over here. So for example, if we write here 10 pixels and now if we save the program, you can see the border changing. So this looks nice, right? So for now we'll write here 1 pixel only. So this is the table border. Moving ahead, let's add another row over here first. What we'll do is we'll use the table row tag again and the rest HTML will take care of. We can add a row in a table anywhere in the HTML. Keep this thing in mind. Until the table row tag is nested inside the table tag, HTML will manage to add the row in the table. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here after this table row tag, we are going to add another row. So we are going to write here tr. Now inside this we have to write some data, or we can say we have to include some columns. So this is going to be the row 2. So we are going to write here R2 C1 for column 1 and then we'll write here TD again. We'll write here R2, then we have C. Fine. Now save the program and you can see we have another row over here which says R2 and C2 and R1 and C1 obviously. So adding rows and columns seems an easy task now, right? I hope you guys got it. Moving further, we'll now discuss the table heading tag. So every time we arrange some data in the table, we need some reference to that data, right? Let's say we are creating a bill for a restaurant. What we need in that bill are the name of the product and the price. Fine. So we need to mention it at the top of each column. To do so, we need to use the table heading tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here after the first table row tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here before the first table row tag. So we have to write here only because this is going to be the heading. So it has to be present at the top of the table before any row and column. We have to add another row over here. Now inside this row we have to mention headings. Fine. So we have to use the table heading tag. So the syntax is this. Now we have to write here the first heading. So let's say the first heading is item, and then we have the second heading as price. Fine, save the program, and you can see we have two headings over here. Now let's change the table's data first, and we'll create a bill for some restaurant, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to add another column over here in each row. So we are going to add a column, let's say it's SR number, so it's going to be the serial number. Then we have to change the data here only. Fine. So we'll remove the data from here, from each row basically. So we'll remove this as well, and we'll remove this as well. Fine. Now this is going to be the first row after. Let's save the program once, and you can see over here we have empty cells present over here. We have three headings: serial number, item, and price. Let's work on the first row now. We need another table data tag. So the serial number is going to be 1 for first row. Let's say the item name is T. Then we have the price. So let's say the price is going to be rupees 20. Save the program, and we have our first row over here. Now for the second row we have to put the serial number as 2. Then we have coffee, or let's say black coffee. Then we have to use another table data tag. Now we have to mention the price. The price is, let's say, 30 for black coffee, and we are good to go with this as well. We are going to copy this whole row from here. We are going to paste it here. The serial number is going to be 3. The item name is, let's say, cappuccino. So we'll write here cappuccino, and the price is going to be a little higher than black coffee. Let's say 60 for cappuccino. And then we are going to add another item over here. Fine. So the serial number is going to be 4. Instead of cappuccino, let's write here espresso. Then let's change the price to 90. Save the program, and you can see the table over here. It looks nice, right? Now we have 3 columns. The procedure is the same, and you just saw it, right? Just like we added the table heading here in this table, similarly, we can give a caption to the table as well. Like here we can write the restaurant's names, or we can write the bill, or anything we want. So that particular caption will be present at the top of the table. So what we have to do is we have to write here at the top, before this table row tag, before the first row, we have to write here caption. Caption is another tag. Now we have to write here, let's say the restaurant name is XYZ restaurant. Save the program, and you can see the caption over here as XYZ restaurant. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to discuss in this video is the row span and the col span attributes. Suppose we want to merge 2 cells and create a single one. Merging 2 cells means, let's say we want to merge these 2 cells. Fine, this one and this one. So for that we can use the column span attribute or the row span attribute. Fine. So for example, let's suppose we want to print the grand total of all the items. For that we don't need the serial number. So what we can do is we can merge the first 2 columns of this row with the help of col span. So we are going to create another row over here, and we are going to merge these 2 columns. Fine, in the new row. So what we have to do here is we have to write here, after this row we are going to add another row. So for that we have to write here table row tag. Now inside this table row tag we have to mention the table data tag, and then we'll write here col span. Col span is going to be 2 because we want to merge 2 cells. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here grand total, and we are going to add another cell. So we are going to write here TD again. So let's add it and the total price is, I guess, 200. So we'll write here 200, save the program, and you can see we have two columns merged over here. Fine. Similarly, we can also use the row span attribute whenever we want to merge two rows. One thing to keep in mind is we can use these attributes within the table data tag only, not in any other tag. For example, if we want to merge two rows, fine. So what we can do is we can write here row span, and we are going to write here 2, save the program, and you can see these two rows are now merged. Fine. So let's remove it for now and save the program again. So this table looks nice now. The next attribute we have in tables is the background color attribute. We can use this attribute to change the background color of the whole table or of any particular row or column. Fine. We just have to use the bg color attribute as per our requirement. For example, if we want to change the background color of the first row, which contains all the headings, what we have to do is we have to write here inside this first table row tag, we have to write here bg color, and this is an attribute. Now let's say we want to color it as red. Fine, save the program, and you can see the output. The whole row is red in color now. Fine. Similarly, we can change the border color of the whole table with the help of border color attribute. We have to write here inside the table tag. So this is the main tag, and we have to write here border color is equals to, let's say, yellow. Fine, save the program, and you can see the border is now yellow in color. One thing I want to tell here is we can change the background color of any particular cell. Fine, so let's say we want to change the background color of espresso. Fine, let's do it. Let's change this background color to brown. Fine, so here we have espresso inside this table data tag. What we have to do is we have to write here bg color, and we have to mention here brown, save the program, and you can see it's brown in color. Fine. So guys, this is basically how we can create and add data in a table in HTML. I hope you guys got what we went through in today's video. Try doing it by yourself and let us know if you have any confusion. Lists are used to group related pieces of information so that they are evidently associated with each other and easy to read. Of course, it makes a web page easier to read for the user, right? There are three different types of lists present in HTML: the ordered list, unordered list, and the definition list. We'll discuss each of these lists in detail. So now that we have a basic idea of what lists are, let's move on to the programming part directly. The ordered list is the first list we have in HTML. It uses different schemes of numbers to list our items. The OL tag is used to create an ordered list in HTML. So an ordered list uses numbers or some sort of notation that indicates a series of items. An ordered list can start with numbers like 1 and continue through 2, 3, 4 and so on. It can also start with alphabets like A, B and continues through C, D and so on. Roman numerals can also be used in ordered lists. So let's create one list over here first, and you guys will get a better understanding of the ordered list in HTML. The syntax goes like this. We'll write here inside the body tag, we'll write OL. OL stands for ordered list. To add items to a list, we have to use the LI tag. LI stands for list items. So this is the LI tag. Anything we'll write inside this particular LI tag will be added as a list item to that particular list. Fine. We have to put each list item inside this particular tag in order to add it to the list. So let's add something to this list first. What we'll do is we'll write inside here, let's say apple. Fine. Then we'll add another item over here. So let's say we have mango. Let's add some more items, and we have banana, and lastly let's say we have orange. Fine. So we have 4 fruits here. We are including them in a list. Now save the program And you can see here we have a list present over here in the browser. This list over here has numbers, right? It has 1, 2, 3 and 4. We can change them to alphabets or Roman numerals. For that, we have to use the type attribute within the OL tag. So what we have to do is we have to go here and we have to write here type, press enter, and if you are using VS Code, you can see the types of ordered list. We can write here 1. We can write a capital A. Capital A is used for uppercase letters. We can write here small a for lowercase letters. We can write here capital I for uppercase numerals. Then we can write here small I for lowercase numerals. So let's write here small I first. And you can see the list is changed. There are lowercase numerals now, which starts from 1, 2, 3 and 4. We can use here capital I as well for uppercase numerals. Similarly, we can use capital A for uppercase alphabets and small a for lowercase alphabets. You guys can see it here, right? We can also specify the starting point in an ordered list, and for that we have to use the start attribute. We don't have to do much. We have to write here start and we have to write here any number. Let's say we are using lowercase alphabets, right? So if we write here 5, now the 5th alphabet is E. The list will start with E now. Save the program and you can see the list starts with E, F, G and H, right? One thing to keep in mind while using the start attribute is this attribute works with numeric values only. So I hope you guys must have got an idea about the ordered list in HTML. Moving ahead, let's discuss the unordered list now. An unordered list typically is a bulleted list of items. It is basically a collection of related items with no special order or sequence. Fine. So let's create one unordered list here as well. The UL tag creates an unordered list in HTML. We'll write here UL. UL stands for unordered list. And now we have to include list items. Fine. The li tag will be used for that. We have to write here li. Let's add some items over here. So let's write the name of some vegetables now. So let's say we are writing over here potato. Then we have, let's say, carrot. And then we have, let's say, cabbage. These all are vegetable names. So let's say we are adding one more here. Let's say it is radish. Fine. That's it. Save the program. And you can see we have another list over here. This type of list in HTML is known as unordered list. You can see these bullets over here in front of each list item, right? We can change the type here as well with the help of type attribute. For an unordered list, the type attribute can have 3 different types: square, circle, or disk. The default one we have here in this particular list is the disk. So if we write here inside the UL tag type, and if we specify here the type as, let's say, circle, save the program and you can see it over here. We have circles over here now, right? Similarly, we can use squares as well. So if we write here square, save the program and you can see it changed to square. So the last type of list we are left with is the definition list in HTML. A description list or a definition list is a list of terms with a description of each term. In a definition list, entries are listed like a dictionary or encyclopedia. If it sounds a bit confusing, then let's create one here and you guys will understand. So the DL tag is used to define a definition list in HTML. The list item tag is not used within the definition list. Instead, we use 2 different tags here. The DT tag is used for the term and the DD tag is used for the definition. Fine. For example, if we create one list over here, so firstly what we have to do is we have to define the list. So for that we have the DL tag for definition list. Now inside here we have to mention the term. So let's say the first term we have is HTML, and for the definition of HTML we have to use the DD tag. Fine. So let's say HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. Okay, let's add another item over here. So let's say the second term we have is CSS. Okay, CSS we'll write over here. Then we'll write Inside the definition, let's say CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Fine. Save the program. And you can see here we have another list present in the browser which defines the terms HTML and CSS. We can add as many items as we want in these type of lists. We can add more than one, or we can just add one item. It totally depends on us. So I hope you guys must have understood what lists are in HTML by now. Try it by yourself and let us know what you learned. Before discussing text links in HTML, let's understand what a link is. Any website we go through in today's world must contain a link. A link in HTML is an object that allows us to a new location when we click on it. It provides a simple way of navigation between different pages present on the web. These links in HTML are known as hyperlinks, and hyperlinks allows us to navigate between websites by clicking on words, emails, and images. Thus, we can create hyperlinks using text or images available on a web page. So let's go through an example of what links are and how they make it easier for the user to navigate within web pages. Here we have a sample web page. We created it when we went through jQuery. On this website, you can see we have words present over here like home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. Fine. If we click on any of these words, it takes us to that particular section of the web page. What actually happens is when we mention these words on the HTML file, we provided them with specific links so that it will be easier for the viewer to get to any particular part of the website without much hassle. I hope you guys now have got an idea of what links are. Let's see how these links are added to a web page now. In this particular video, we'll go through text links in HTML. We'll cover image links and email links in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about them. Now, in HTML, the anchor tag is used to specify a link. Anything present between the opening and closing anchor tag becomes the part of a link. And we can click that part to reach to the linked web page or document. So the syntax for the anchor tag goes like this. Inside the body tag, we have to write here E. So this is our anchor tag, and anything goes in between there will be considered as a part of the link. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll add the link to a website here. To specify a link in HTML, the href attribute is used. This attribute specifies the URL of the web page or website or document the link goes to. So href is basically a attribute. Fine. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside the anchor tag, we have to mention the href attribute, and now we have to write the URL of website over here. Fine. So let's say the URL of a website is www.google.com. Fine. And the text will be, let's say, Google. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here we have Google written over here on the web page in blue color. It is purple for now. You will get to know about it later on in this video only. So the URL we mentioned over here inside the anchor tag will take us to the home page of Google search engine. Click on it and you can see here we are on Google's home page. Right. So moving ahead, let's discuss the two different types of URLs we have in HTML. The two types of URLs are absolute URL and relative URL. The URL we used here in this example, which navigates the user to Google's homepage, is an example of an absolute URL. Basically, when a full web address is mentioned in the href attribute, it refers to an absolute URL. On the other hand, the relative URL refers to a local link, a link to a page within the same website or without the HTTPS and www part. Fine. The syntax for this is also a bit different, so let's go through it. What we'll do is we'll first create another web page for this. So let's create one here. We have to name it. So let's say we are writing over here about.html. So let's write some code over here. Let's say we are writing over here, this is the about section of our website. So we'll write here h2 and about us, and let's write a paragraph here as well. We'll write here welcome to a YouTube channel. Fine. So we are done with it. Let's save this and let's open it with live server 1, and you can see it's working totally fine. This is, let's say, the about us section of a website. Now what we'll do is we'll move back to our original file. So we have this original file over here and we'll create a link over here. Fine. Basically what we are doing is we are linking these two HTML files. Fine. Now in here what we'll do is we'll create another link which will redirect us to that about us page. So for that we have to write here a href and we have to close the anchor tag. Fine. So in here we have to write the file name. So we'll write here about.html and we'll write here about us. Fine. Save the program now and you can see we have the word about us present over here. Click on it and it will take us to the about us section of our website or to the about us page of our website. You can see it over here. Now the reference to adding a local page is the same as attaching an image to a web page. We can provide the path of that particular page inside the href attribute. Moving ahead, let's discuss the target attribute in anchor tag. Whenever we click on a link, it opens a web page in the same window by replacing the current web page. This happens by default in HTML. Fine. We can change this to either within the same window or in a new window. The target attribute can have 4 different values. The 4 values can be self, blank, parent, and top. So self is used to open the related document within the same window. For example, if we use this particular attribute over here inside this anchor tag, we'll write here target, then we'll write here underscore self. Fine, save this program and we'll refresh this page once again. One thing to keep in mind is we have to write the value like this only with the underscore present before the value. Fine. Now save the program and now if we click on the link over here, the about us link, the new document will be opened in the same window only. This is the default value as well in any web page. So if we want to change the document to open in a new window, we have to write here instead of self. So let's do it for this link. Now what we'll do is we'll write target over here. Target will be set to blank with an underscore. Save the program, move back to the web page and click on Google over here. You can see this link is opening in a new window now. Fine. Similarly, we have the top and parent values as well. The parent value opens the document in the parent frame and the top will open it in full body of the window. We'll discuss them later when we go through HTML frames in the upcoming videos. One more thing we can do with links is to change the color of a link. For that, we have 3 different attributes: A-link, V-link, and link. A-link refers to an active link, V-link on the other hand refers to a visited link, and link refers to the color of the normal link. We can mention these 3 attributes inside the body tag only if we want to make similar changes to all the links present on the website. If we want to do it for one single link, what we have to do is we have to mention these 3 attributes inside the anchor tag of that particular link only. Fine. The syntax goes like this. For now, we'll mention them inside the body tag. So we'll write here link. Link is going to be yellow in color. Then we have a link. So a link is going to be, let's say, brown. And then we have v link. Fine. So v link is going to be, let's say, green. Fine. Save the program and you can see Google and about us are now green in color because they are already visited links. So what we'll do is we'll add another link over here. We'll write a href. So let's use any HTML file from here. So let's use the meta.html one. So we'll write here meta.html. Target will set to, let's say, blank. Fine. We are going to open it in a new window. So let's say we are writing over here meta. Save the program. And you can see meta over here, which is also in green color because all these 3 links are visited. Click on it and you can see the color changing to brown. Fine, because it states that these links are active as well. Fine. Now let's talk about the default color of an HTML link as well. So an unvisited link in HTML is underlined and blue in color. A visited link is underlined and purple in color. That's why this particular link at the start was in purple color. An active link is underlined and red in color. So this is the task for you guys. You have to use these attributes to change the color of a link present on a web page. So I hope you guys must have got an idea by now about the anchor tag in HTML. Try doing it by yourself and let us know what you learned. Now that we know enough about links in HTML and we saw previously how to use it with a specific word or phrases in HTML, we'll do the same thing, but this time we are going to do it with images only. Now a link in HTML is an object that allows us to a new location when we click on it. It provides a simple way of navigation between different pages present on the web. Just a quick revision of what links are in HTML. So we already know how to attach an image to a web page in HTML. The image tag is used for it. Now to add a link within an image, we have to nest one tag inside the other. It's not as hard as it sounds. So let's do it here and you will understand it much better. We'll use the image tag within the anchor tag. First of all, we'll write here inside the body tag of a HTML document. We'll write A. Then this is the anchor tag. We have to write here href. Href is an attribute. We came across this in the previous video. So now what we'll do is we'll write inside here the reference to a web page. So let's say write here HTTPS. Then we have to write here this. Let's say we are writing here www.google.com. Fine. Now the anchor tag is ready. Let's recall what we did with text in the last part. We simply wrote the text between the anchor tag and the browser treated that text as a link. Fine. Now what we have to do is to add an image in place of that text. So we'll simply nest the image tag here. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the anchor tag, inside the body of anchor tag basically. So we'll write here image. So this is our tag. Now we have to add an image over here. Fine. So let's say we are writing over here src. Now we have this image present inside the images folder. So let's use one image from this. And we have to write here alt. Alt is going to be HTML for this. That's it. We have used the image over here. Save the program. And you can see we have an image over here on the browser. The size is quite large, right? So let's fix it first. So what we'll do is we'll use the height and the width attribute within the image tag. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be 200 pixels. Then we have the width as well. Width is again going to be 200 pixels. Save the program. And here you can see the image size is fine now. If we click anywhere on the image, then the home page of Chrome will open because the image is attached to that link only. We have written over here www.google.com. Fine, so it will take us to the home page of Google's search engine. Click on the image and you can see it takes us to the home page of Google. So attaching a link to an image is surely one of the easiest tasks to perform in HTML. We have used an absolute URL over here in this particular image. We can also use a relative reference. The syntax will remain the same. So let's do that as well. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body tag again. We'll use another image. So let's use the break tag over here. Then we'll write here a href. Href is going to be a relative reference. So let's say we have this about.html file in a system. So let's use it for now. So we'll write here about.html. Then we'll nest the image tag inside here. So we'll write here img. Now we have to close this tag. We'll write here src. Src is going to be inside the images folder again. We are going to use css.png. We'll write here alt. Alt is going to be css. Then we have height. Height is going to be 200 pixel and width. Width is again going to be 200 pixel. The same thing we did with this image as well. Save the program and you can see we have another image over here which says CSS3. and we have used a relative reference, or we can say a relative URL over here for this image. So this image will take us to about.html. We can do many such tasks using images in HTML. So let's click on the image first. You can see the image over here, click on it, and you can see we are in the About Us page, right? It says welcome to our YouTube channel. So this is how we can use images within anchor tag in HTML. The attributes for both the tags remains the same. We can still use the target attribute within the anchor tag for the new web page to open either in the same window or in a new one. So I hope you guys must have understood by now. Adding an image and attaching a link to it is quite easy. I want you guys to give it a try and learn something new out of it. The easiest part to do on a web page is adding an email link. You already have seen this feature on so many websites. They provide the user with an option to write an email to them in case of any query, request, or complaint. But in some cases, it can cause unnecessary spamming problems for our email accounts. So we'll quickly go through the syntax as there is not too much to explore in this particular topic. The anchor tag and the href attribute remain the same here as well. So the syntax goes like this. Well, right here inside the body tag, we'll use the anchor tag. So we'll write here A. Then inside href, we have to write something. But before that, let's close the anchor tag and we'll write some text over here. So let's say we are writing over here like write. Okay, so let's say we are writing over here contact us. Fine. So this is going to be the text. Now we have to provide the mail ID or the receiver's mail ID inside the href attribute. But for that, we have to write here mail to. Mail to is a special keyword used in this particular attribute. So inside here, we have to write the email ID. So let's say we are writing over here email to, or we can say email demo @gmail.com. So this is the receiver's email ID, let's say. So we have specified the email ID here inside the href attribute. Now save this program and you can see we have the link over here on the browser. You can see it over here. We have contact us. Click on it and it will open the mail app in our system. We can choose any app from here of our choice. So guys, this is how we can link an email to our web page. Another thing we can do here is we can open this email in any particular app as well. For example, if we want to open it in Gmail, we have to follow certain steps. We are not doing it here because of some privacy, but let me tell you guys how to achieve it. So first of all, you have to go to Gmail, then click on compose, write the receiver ID in the to part. Now copy the full link for the whole web page. I'm talking about this particular link. So we have to copy that link and we have to paste it inside the href attribute of a HTML file. We can use the target attribute as well to open it in a new tab, and that's it. So guys, I hope you must have got an idea about how email links actually work in HTML. Try doing it by yourself and let us know if you face any problem. In general terms, a frame refers to a support structure. We go through this word in our daily life. A frame can be a piece of furniture. It can be the frame of a building or a car, or it can be anything that gives it its shape basically. Before iframes were introduced, there was a concept of frames in HTML. Let's discuss it a bit. HTML frames were used to divide a browser's window into multiple sections, where each section is capable of loading a separate HTML document. A collection of frames present on a web page refers to a frame set. There were certain disadvantages of using frames in HTML, like smaller devices cannot cope up with frames often because their screen is not big enough to be divided up. A page may be displayed differently on different computers due to different screen resolutions. The concept of frames was pretty similar to tables in HTML, where we can divide a window into rows and columns, and each frame will be able to load separate HTML documents. With the introduction of HTML5, the concept of frames was removed from HTML. So if we try to use frames in 2022, we can't do that. The replacement of frames was also introduced with the name iframes. Iframe stands for an inline frame. It is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. The basic use of this tag is to embed media files like videos on a web page. we can display a secondary web page on a main page by using this tag. So let's go through the syntax of iframes now, and you guys will get a better idea. The most basic attribute used in iframe is the src attribute. This attribute is used to provide the file name or the website name we want to embed in a HTML document. The syntax goes like this. The tag we have is iframe, so we will write here iframe. Now this is an element, and inside there we have to write the src attribute. Now inside the src attribute, we can either provide the website name or the HTML file. For now, we'll use the file name. So we have a file named embed.html. Fine. So let me quickly show you the embed.html over here. So this is a file. This is just a basic HTML file with an image, with address tag, then we have a paragraph, and then we have the code tag. Fine. So let's open it with live server once, and you can see we have this HTML file. We have a basic image with some text present over here. Now we want to embed this HTML document with our main HTML document. So let's move back to our main document first. So this is our main document. Now we have already added this file name, this embed.html inside the src attribute. Now save the program, and you can see here we have a small window on the browser where the embedded document is open. We can scroll down to check everything we have on the embed HTML file. We have it over here, right? So this is how the iframe tag actually works. The size of this box or window, we can say, is quite small, right? We can change it according to our needs with the help of the height and width attributes. So we have to write here inside the iframe tag, we have to write here height, and let's say the height is going to be 300 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here width. Width is again going to be 300 pixels. Save the program, and you can see here the size is changed. It's larger and the image is more visible now. We can also add a video file here and we can make it play. This is why the iframes in HTMLs are mainly used. So other attributes we have in this particular tag are the title attribute. This attribute is used to specify the title of the iframe so that screen readers use this to read out what the content of the iframe is. What we have to do is we have to include it over here. We have to write here title, and we can give any title. So let's say for now we have framework. Save it, and you can see this is a document, and whenever the screen reader will go through it, it will let the user know about the content present inside the frame. Now as you can see here on the browser, you will notice that this particular iframe has a border, right? A shadow like thing on the top and left side of the box. So let me zoom in, and here you can see we have border on the top and left hand side of this box or window, we can say, or frame we can also say, but there's no border on the right and on the bottom, right? So what we can do is we can remove it with the help of style attribute. So what we'll do is we'll use the style attribute over here inside the iframe tag. So we'll write here style. Now inside style, what we have to mention is we have to mention the border property. So border is going to be none. Save the program, and you can see that the border is not present anymore. You can see it over here. There's no border as of now. We can also change the border. So we can either remove it or we can change it. So for changing the border, what we have to do is we have to write here instead of none, we have to mention here the border value. So let's say the border value is going to be 3 pixels, solid and black. Fine. Now the border will be of 3 pixels, solid in nature and black in color. Save the program, and here we have the result on our browser. You can see the border over here. So there were many attributes present within the iframe element in HTML, but with HTML5, most of them were deprecated. One thing I want to mention here is that we can also open a website inside this iframe. Just provide the website name as we did for links and it will work. But many websites don't allow this feature like Google, Facebook and Instagram. So the task for you guys is to check this feature with the website and let us know which website you used and if it worked. Elements in HTML can be categorized into two different categories: inline elements and block level elements. Let's go through the inline elements first and you guys will get an idea about them. Inline elements in HTML take as much space as they need and we can add content within them without a line break. The bold, italic, and underline elements are some of the elements that fall under the category of inline elements. For example, if we have a paragraph written over in the browser and we want to use any of these elements within the paragraph, then we don't need a line break in that case. All we have to do is to use these elements, and without a doubt, that thing will work. Let's use it over here. So what we'll do is, we'll just write over here inside the body tag. Let's use a paragraph over here. So we'll write here, this is a, and now we'll use the bold element. So let's say we are writing over here, this is a paragraph. So this is a basic paragraph. Save the program and you can see it here on the browser. We have a paragraph and this particular word over here is bolder. You can see that paragraph over here is bolder in nature. We don't need any line breaks here, right? The element we used here is bold and it is an inline element. This was a basic example of inline elements in HTML. Block level elements, on the other hand, appears on the screen as if they have a line break before and after them. There is no need to specify the line break. They automatically take the full line or width of the web page and create a line break. The paragraph element, header element, and the list elements fall under the category of block level elements. Anything that follows these type of elements appears on its own new line. The most important block level element is the div element. It is used to create the actual layout of the web page by grouping similar types of elements together. We can also provide similar CSS properties to a group of elements present within the div tag. So let's just use this tag over here and you guys will understand it much better. For using a div tag, we have to write here inside the body tag. We have to write here div. Div stands for division. Fine. This tag over here will create a container type of thing in the browser, and anything we write inside it will follow a specific pattern in the browser. For example, if we write here inside the div tag, so let's say we have a heading tag present over here. So we'll write here, this is first group. Fine. So let's say we are creating a group over here. Now we'll write here, this is first group. Now H4 stands for heading tag, is also an example of block level elements. So we don't need any line break over here. Now over here, we'll use the paragraph tag, which is also a block level element. Now let's say we are writing over here list of cars. Fine. Now after that, let's say we are using an unordered list over here. So we'll write here UL, and inside this, we'll add some elements. So let's say we are writing over here the name of some cars. So let's say we have Honda over here. Then we have, let's say, Hyundai, and let's add some more elements. So let's say we have BMW as well, and finally we have Audi. Fine. So these are the 4 different list items we have. Now we have enough content inside the div tag. Save the program, and you can see here on the browser that we have a list present over here. Now we can apply similar CSS properties to each of the elements present inside the div tag. What we have to do is, we have to use the div tag over here. So what we can do is, we can use this div tag inside the CSS file as well. But for now, we are going to style it on the HTML part only. So what we'll do is, we'll use the style attribute, and inside style attribute, we'll write over here color. So let's say the color is going to be blue. So this is the font color. So we have to write here blue, and after this we are going to use another property, let's say. So let's say we are writing over here border. Border is going to be 2 pixel, solid in nature, and let's say black in color. Fine. Now save the program, and you guys are able to see the area acquired by the whole div tag. We can align these items present inside the div tag later with the help of CSS properties. We'll discuss it in another video when we go through CSS. For now, let's create another division over here. So what we are going to do is, we are going to create another division. So let's write over here div again. So this is another division we have. So what we are going to do is, we are going to copy it from here and we are going to paste it inside this div tag. So we are going to name it as the second group we have. So we'll write here second, and instead of cars we are going to write here the name of bike manufacturers. So we'll write here, let's say Benelli, then we have Ducati, and BMW will remain the same because it is a car and a bike manufacturer. Then we'll write here, let's say at the end, Suzuki. Fine. Now save the program, and you guys can see we have another list over here. What we'll do is we'll use some CSS properties here as well. So we are going to write here inside this div tag, we are going to use the style attribute. Now inside this we are going to use the color. Color is going to be, let's say, red, and we'll write here border as well. So border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in nature, and let's say green in color. Fine. Save the program, and you guys can see here we have another division present over here. So you can see it is in a new line, but it's not clearly visible. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the break tag over here. Save the program now, and you guys can see both the containers now are clearly visible. Fine. These borders are not visible by default. We can make them visible with the help of CSS properties like we did here. Now you guys might be wondering what the use of this div tag is. So whenever we create the layout of any website, this is the tag we use the most to provide better structure to a web page. This tag along with CSS is of more use than any other HTML tag present today. You will get a better idea about it when we go through CSS in the upcoming videos. Any web page we create using HTML always has a white background, which sometimes may look a bit boring to the user. So is there any way through which we can make it look a bit attractive to the user? Yes, in HTML we have the background color or the background attribute. This attribute is used to change the background of either the whole web page or of any particular tag. We can use an image in the background, or we can just change the background color. We'll do both in today's video. So let's start by changing the background color of the whole body first. To change the background color of the whole body, we can use the BG color attribute. BG stands for background color, and we can use the name of any color, its hex value or the RGB value of any color. Now the fun part is this attribute is deprecated in HTML 5.0. A lot of such things happen in HTML5. So let's see if we can still use this attribute to change the background color of the whole body. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll simply write here BG color, and we'll pass the color name. So let's say we are writing red over here. You can see the attribute is written in red color over here. The BG color we are talking about, this attribute. So it's red in color. It means that this is not working anymore. So let's save the program, and you can see here on the browser that this thing is still working. Now to change the background color of any particular area, like we can say a division, we have to use the background color attribute. We'll change the background color of a whole division. For that, what we'll do is we'll write some code first. So we have used the same code from the previous part wherein we discussed the div tag in HTML. We have a list present inside this container. Save the program, and you can see here on the browser. Right, the background color of this division is red for now because the background color of the whole body is red. So it's invisible basically. So what we'll do is we'll remove this BG color from here, save it now, and you can see we have this division over here. Now what we have to do is we have to change the background color of this particular division. So for that we'll move to a division, and here you can see we have the style attribute. So we have to provide the value or the property inside the style attribute only. So we have color and border over here already. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here background color, and the background color is going to be, let's say, aqua. So if you are using VS Code, you can see we have this colors over here. And what we can do is we can change the color from here, and it will set the RGB values accordingly. Fine. So VS Code provides us with this option. Now save the program, and you can see the background color of this particular division is changed now. So this is how we can change the background color of any division. If we try to use the BG color attribute or the BG attribute, whichever we used in the body tag previously, it will not work over here because that thing is depreciated from HTML5. And to change the background color in HTML5 or above versions, we have to use the background color property only inside the style attribute. We can also use the same style attribute to change the background color of the whole body. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the body tag. So here's our body tag and we have to write here style. Style is the attribute and here we have to write background color. So the background color is going to be, let's say, a little different for now. What we'll do is we'll use the brown color over here, save it now, and you can see we have brown background for the whole body tag, right? For the whole body, we have the brown background. Another thing we can do with background is we can change the background of any division or the whole body with an image as well. The property name inside the style attribute will change and we have to provide the URL for that image. That's it. So let's do it here. We'll try doing it with the division first. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the div tag. So we have this division over here. We'll remove this background color property from here. And instead of background color, we have to write here background image. So this is the property name. Now inside here, we have to provide the URL. So URL is the path of our image. So we have an images folder present in a system. So this is the folder. Now we have these images present over here. What we'll do is we'll use background1.png, save it now, and you can see the change in the background. So this is basically a transparent background. So let's make some changes over here. What we'll do is we'll remove this style attribute from the body tag and save it now. You can see this is the background. We can also change the color of this particular div tag, so the font color basically. So let's make it black for now and we have to move the marker from here to black and it's good to go. Save it now and you can see we have black font color over here. So you can see the image in the background of this particular division for now. We can do the same thing with the whole body as well. Right here inside the body tag, so we have to write here again, we have to mention the style attribute. Inside the style attribute, we have to mention background image. The URL, the process will remain the same. We have to provide the image path. So we have images and then we'll provide background2.jpg. Save it now and you can see the background. It's a little bit tricky to see it over here because the image is not clearly visible. So for that, we have another property present in HTML. So what we have to do is we have to write here with background image. We have to pass the property as background size and the value is going to be cover. Save it now and you can see now the image is clearly visible. So the font is not visible because the image color and the font color is quite similar. So we can change it from here. So what we have to do is we have to change the color again. So let's do it once again and now we'll try to use white. Save it now and you can see this over here. So this is not clearly visible, but this is how we can change the background of any particular division or the body tag in HTML. So guys, these are the few ways to change the background of any web page using HTML. I hope you guys got it. The task for you guys is to use a GIF file here and see if that thing works or not. Not much of a task. Just change the file name here and we have to pass the file name with .gif as extension. Just change the file name and it will work. As it's quite obvious that while working on any web page, we need to make sure that it looks attractive to the user to gain more of their attention. What colors can do to a web page is quite understandable. And we need to make sure that colors present on a web page should be at point. The question that arises here is how we can achieve that. Is it possible to do it with the help of HTML only? Yes, it's possible to do so. Before we move on and see how, let me tell you guys that we can achieve the same thing with the help of CSS as well. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. In fact, CSS is always a better option because it helps us make the whole document not only cleaner, but also provides some extra features in it. Now, what if we don't have any CSS knowledge? How HTML can be used to make change in the color scheme of any web page? The first thing to keep in mind while using HTML for making color changes is the style attribute. We have been through this attribute already, and we know that this particular attribute is used to make style changes to any particular HTML element or the whole document. Let's take an example here where we'll use a division and we'll change the background color and the font color of that particular division. We'll also change the border color. For that, we'll write here. So let's create the division first. So we'll create the division using the div tag. So we'll write here div. Now inside div, we'll add a heading. So first add a heading, let's say. So let's say the heading is this is an example. Fine. Now let's add some paragraph over here. So we'll use the p tag for that, or the paragraph tag we can say. So let's say we are writing over here, there are 3 different methods to change the color in a web page. Fine. So we'll write it in a web page. Fine. We are done with the paragraph. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to add an unordered list over here. So for that we'll use the UL tag, which stands for unordered list. Now we have to add the list elements inside here. So let's say we have color names as the first option. Then we have, let's say, the hex codes. So we'll write here hex codes. And finally, let's say we have RGB values. Fine, so we'll write here RGB values. So here we are done with the basic container. The next thing we'll do is we'll make the border visible. So first of all, save the program, and here you can see we have all the data over here. We have a heading, we have a paragraph, and 3 different list items. Fine. Now we'll use the style attribute inside the div tag to make the border visible first. So what we'll do is we'll go to the div tag over here. We'll use the style attribute. We'll write here style. And here we have the style attribute. Now inside this, we'll write border. Now the border will take 3 different values. First of all, we'll write here the border size. So let's say the border is going to be 2 pixels thick, and the border is going to be solid in nature. So basically we have written solid over here. Save the program. And here you can see on the browser that we have a border present around the whole division. This is basically the whole area acquired by this div element. Now, you can see here that we didn't specify any color of our own choice here, right? The default color of this border is black. However, we can change this color from the border property present inside the style attribute. So it takes 3 parameters by default. We have given 2 here. We have given the border size and the border nature. The third one will be the color of this border. So what we'll do is we'll basically write here, let's say red. Fine. Red here is the color name. Save the program. And you can see here the border color is red now. It's easy, right? In the same way, we can change the background color of this whole division as well. The property name will change. What we have to do is we have to write here after border. So we have border over here. Now after border, we have to put a semicolon over here. And after this, we have to write here background color. Fine. So we have the background color property over here. Now, what we have to do is we have to write the name of our background color. Fine. So let's say the background color of this property is going to be aqua for now. Right here aqua. Save the program, and you can see here the background color has changed. Now this background color property has the capability to change the background color of any particular element or the whole body. You can witness the change here on the browser. You have already witnessed it. It can be used to change the background color of the whole body as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to go to the body tag over here, and we have to use the style attribute over here as well. So we'll write here style. Now inside the style attribute, we have to mention background color, and let's say the background color is going to be blue. Fine. So blue here is the color name. Save the program, and we have the whole background in blue color now. You can see it over here, right? The next thing we'll discuss is how to change the font color of any particular element. You can see the font color here is black for now. Now we'll see how we can change it. For that, we have to use the color property inside the style attribute. So you can see it over here. We have the style attribute present inside the div element. What we have to do is we have to mention another property over here. So after semicolon, what we are going to do is we are going to write here color, and we are going to specify the color over here. So we have a list of colors over here in VS Code. So let's say we are using blue violet, save the program, and you can see the font color is changed. Fine. So this is how we can change the background color and the font color of any web page or of any element. The last thing we are going to discuss in today's video is the color coding methods present in HTML. There are three different ways to specify any particular color in HTML. We can either use the color name to do so, which we did till now. So here you can see we are using the color names. So here you can see we have blue violet, we have aqua. So these all are color names. We have red and blue as well. Now, apart from that, we can also use the RGB values or the hex values of colors. The RGB values stand for red, green and blue colors. These three colors are the most basic and these can be used to make any color. Fine. This color value is specified using the RGB property. So what we have to do is, instead of writing the name of color, we'll remove it from here and now we'll use the RGB value. So we have to use the RGB property first. So we'll write here RGB. And here you can see we have three different values present inside RGB. We have red, green and blue. Fine. The value can be an integer between 0 and 255 or a percentage. So what we have to do is we have to write here, let's say 255, and for green we are also going to use 255, and for blue let's say we are using 255. Fine. So these are the RGB values for white color. Fine. So for black we have to mention 0 for all three colors. It's easy to use these values if you have a good idea about colors and you know how to make different colors out of these three basic colors. Save the program and you can see the background color is changed to white now. Fine. Now, not all the browsers out there support this method of color coding, so it's recommended not to use it. The last method we have is the hex method. In this method as well, the three basic colors are used. A hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first two digits represent the red value, the next two are a green value, and the last one is the blue value. Each hexadecimal code will be provided by a pound or a hash sign for using the hex values of any color. So we have to write here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the background color using hex values. So we have blue for now here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use a hex value of any color. Fine. So let's say we are using yellow. Fine. So we have to write here hash. Now we have to provide the hex value. So we have to write here FF, FF and 00. So this is basically equals to the RGB value. So we will write the equivalent RGB value for yellow color as well. So the equivalent RGB value for yellow color is 255, 255, 0. So these two colors are same. These two things means actually the same. This is the hexadecimal value and this is the RGB value for yellow color. So we'll remove this for now. Save the program and you can see the background is yellow in color. Fine. I hope you guys got this. If you're using VS Code as an editor, then we have an advantage as it allows you to choose the colors from its own color scheme. Just click here on any color and you can see we have this color scheme over here. We can choose any color of our own choice. We have to set this cursor inside here and it will give us the hex value of that particular color. So you can see it over here. So let's do it for now. Save the program and you can see the background color is changed. I want you guys to give it a try and let us know what you learned. Just like colors in HTML are used to make a web page look more appealing to the user, fonts also play an integral role in designing a web page. Fonts are used to increase the readability of content present on any web page. We have been using fonts since the very beginning of this course. Now that we have enough knowledge about adding paragraphs or text to any web page, so we'll see how we can manipulate that text present on a web page with the help of HTML only. Before HTML 5.0 was introduced, there used to be a specific tag present in HTML for changing the font. The HTML font tag was used to do so, but now this tag is deprecated from HTML. Instead of that, The style attribute in HTML again comes into play while changing the font on any web page. We can change the size, color, and type of font used on any web page with the help of style attribute in HTML. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part directly. First of all, let's add some basic text to the web page. What we'll do is, we'll write here inside the body tag, we'll use the paragraph tag, and we'll write here this is an example of, let's say, fonts in HTML. Fine. So save the program, and you can see here that we have this text present on the web browser. The text over here is simple. One thing to keep in mind while using fonts is the user will only be able to see our font if they have that font installed on their computer. Otherwise, the font will automatically change to default according to the user's system. To change the font in HTML, what we have to do is, we have to write here inside the p tag or paragraph tag, we can say, we have to use style attribute first, and then inside the style attribute, we have to pass the font family. Fine, so this is a property, and we have different fonts present in HTML. So if that particular font is installed on your PC, then it will work totally fine. So let's say we have Comic Sans MS as a font. Fine, so this is a font. Save the program, and you can see the font is changed for this particular paragraph. Now, let me show you the default font for HTML as well. So what we'll do is, we'll write here, this is an example of, save the program, and here you can see the difference in these two paragraphs. The second one has Comic Sans MS as the font family. Fine. The list of fonts is quite long, and you can use any of your own choice. So another font we can use is Vardhana. So what we'll do is, we'll copy this paragraph from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. So what we have to do next is, we have to paste it here. Okay, so it's not copied. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. Now what we'll do is, we'll change the font family. So we have to use the style attribute again. Now inside the style attribute, we have to write here font family, and in font family we have to write, we have to write it here. So we have to write here Vardhana. Fine. So save the program, and here you can see this font is also different from these two paragraphs. So this paragraph seems a bit different. So this is the font family Vardhana.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Similarly, we can use any font in HTML. Make sure that whichever font you are using is installed on your computer. Another thing we can do with fonts is, we can change the size of the font. So for changing the size of font, we have to take another paragraph. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we'll write something here like change size. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see over here we have another paragraph. So this paragraph says this is an example of fonts in HTML, and we have written change size inside brackets. So now to change the size of this paragraph, we have to use the style tag, and inside this style attribute we have to write here font size. Fine. So the font size is large, larger, medium, small, smaller, extra large, extra small, extra large, and extra small. We can use any of them, or we can give a specific size of our own in pixels. Fine. So we'll use the XXL here, save the program, and you can see the change in the font size. We can use both these properties together as well, both font size and font family. We have to write here font family, and inside font family we have to write the font name. So let's say this is the font name. Save the program, and you can see the font is changed now. Fine. We can also change the font color present on our web page. We discussed it in the previous video as well, where we went through colors in HTML. For changing the color of the font, what we have to do is, we have to write here inside the style attribute, we have to use the color property. So color in HTML stands for font color. Fine. So we have to write here color, and we have to use any color of our own choice. We can either provide the hex value, or we can also provide the RGB value or just the color name. So we are going to provide the color name for now. Save the program and you can see this color over here, the change in font color. Fine. So let's use any other color. So we'll use green over here. Save it now, and now you guys will be able to see the change in color. So guys, this is how we can use HTML fonts to make a web page look more attractive to the user. It all depends on us how we can use these fonts, colors and all to make a web page look more appealing. I hope you guys got this. Give it a try and you'll understand how easy it is. In the most basic definition, a form is something we use to take the user's data. For example, if the user wants to register on a website, then they have to give us their names, email, and some more info about them. A form takes input from the user and then posts it into the backend application for further processing and other stuff like validation and all. The HTML form tag is used to create a form. It's quite simple to create a form in HTML. We'll move to the programming part directly and create a simple form to start with. So the first and foremost part is that we need to use the form tag to create a form. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body of our program and we'll write here form. So this is the form tag in HTML. Save the program and you can see here nothing happened on the browser. So this form tag created an area for a form. It basically worked like the div tag we used in the previous videos. Now to include data in a form, we need text areas, or we can say input boxes in our form. There are various form elements available like text field, text area fields, drop-down menus, radio buttons, checkboxes, etc. So let's start using them in the form here. First of all, we'll create a text box for the user's name. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the form tag. So we'll write here first name and then we have to write here input. So input is another tag. So we have to write here input and then we have to use the type attribute. So the type is going to be text for this text box and we'll write here name. Name is going to be first name. Fine. Now save this and you can see here we have an input box for the first name. The same code we can use for the last name as well. What we have to do is we have to copy it from here. We have to paste it here. So we'll use the br tag before using it again. Now we have to change first here with last. So we'll write here last and in name as well we'll write last. Fine. So we have this last name over here, save it and you can see we have first name and last name. We have two different text boxes present over here. We'll use the br tag one more time, save it now and you can see it clearly now, right? So here we are done with the first text box of ours. Now this input tag over here is used to create these text boxes and the name refers to the text box's name. Fine. Another thing we can do here is we can write here placeholder and inside placeholder we can write something. Let's say we are writing over here first name and you can see first name over here. It's permanent until we write something inside the box. The placeholder value will appear on the text box. Same thing we can do here as well. We have to write here placeholder. So we have placeholder for last name as well. Save it now and you can see the value of placeholder over here. The moment we start writing something over here, you can see the placeholder value is not here anymore. Fine.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, there are different types of form controls that we can use to collect data using HTML form. They are text input controls. We can use checkboxes, radio buttons. We can use select box controls and we can also use file select boxes. So we can use radio buttons in our form. For that, what we need to do is we need to change the type in our form. So that's the only thing that will change no matter what controls we are using. So what we have to do is we have to write here. Let's say we are using break tag first. So we'll use two break tags over here in order to make the whole web page clear and easily understandable for you guys. So next thing we'll do is we'll write here gender. So let's write here gender, then we'll use break tag again, and after this we'll write input type is equals to radio, and we can write here name is going to be, let's say, male, and the value for this is going to be male again. Fine, we can use the value attribute here as well, so we'll use it later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here input again, we'll add another gender. So let's say we have type here as radio again, and then we have name as female, and we'll write here fine. So save it now, and you can see two radio buttons over here. We can check them in, and you can see we have radio buttons working totally fine. We can use these values later on as well. Similarly, we can use checkboxes as well in our form. We'll see how in the upcoming video, where we'll create something like a login or a sign up form using HTML only. So there are three different types of text inputs used on forms. We can use single line text input controls. So this control is used for items that require only one line of user input, such as search boxes or names. They are created in HTML using the input tag. We discussed them till now. So these all are the example of single line text input controls which we discussed till now. The next are password input controls. This is also a single line text input, but it masks the character as soon as a user enters it. They are also created using the HTML input tag. So the syntax goes like this. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again over here. And now we'll write here input. So before that, let's write password. So this password is going to be the user's password for our website, for login or maybe for sign in. So this is the password. So we'll write here input type is equals to password, and then we'll write here name as password. Fine, save it now, and you can see password written over here with a text box. Fine, right inside here will get masked. So if we write anything over here, you can see it in the form of password. It will get masked as soon as we enter it. So this is done to make the password a secret. Now we can also set the maximum length of a password using the max length attribute. So what we have to do is we have to write here max length, and the max length is going to be, let's say, 8. Fine, save the program, and now if we write something over here, you can see, and now we are not able to use more than 8 characters inside this particular text box, right? Because we have defined the max length as 8, and it will allow only 8 characters inside the text box. Fine. The last one we have are multi-line text input controls. This is used when the user is required to give details that may be longer than a single sentence. So multi-line input controls are created using HTML text area tag. The syntax for a multi-line input is simple. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again for 2 times, and then we'll write here, let's say, description. Fine. So after description, we'll use the BR tag to make it more clear, and then we'll write here text area. So this is the tag, and then we have to define rows and columns here. So rows are going to be 5, and we'll write here calls. So these two are the attributes. We'll write here 50. This basically we are defining the area acquired by this text area. Fine. Then we'll write here name, and we'll write here description. Then we'll write something over here. So let's say we'll write over here enter description here, and that's it. Save the program, and you can see we have a text area present over here. It's bigger in size than the normal text boxes we had earlier. So what we can do is we can remove it from here, and we can use the placeholder attribute inside the text area tag to write such thing. Fine. The last important thing in a form is the submit button. So this button is used to submit the form data. We can either use the input tag or the button tag for a submit button. Fine. So let's use the input tag for creating a button first. What we'll do is we'll write here after this, we'll write here the break tag, and then we'll write input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equals to submit. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the button over here on the browser. So here's the button. We can further make this button work with the help of JavaScript, but we are creating the layout only for now, so let it be this way only. The next method we can use for creating a button is by using the button tag. So what we have to do is, we have to write here, just use the br tag once and write here button. So this is the tag, and write here the name of button. Fine, so we'll write here submit, save the program, and you can see here another button. Fine, so here's the button. You can see both the buttons are exactly same, no difference between the buttons. We can style this form according to our needs. We'll do something different in the next video. Whenever we go through the login or sign up portal of any website, we see that on the login page, we use credentials like ID and password name. Sign up page, on the other hand, refers to the form we need to fill in order to be a part of that particular website. So what we'll do is, we'll create a login page and a sign up page in today's video, and we'll see what we can learn from this video. So without wasting any more time, let's move on to the programming part directly. We'll start with the login page first. So first of all, here we are in the HTML file. We'll start using the form tag, but before that, we are going to provide a heading for this login page. So what we'll do is, we'll move to the body tag and we'll write here H1. So H1 stands for heading 1. I hope you guys already know this particular element. So what we'll do is, we'll write here login form. Fine. So we have written login form over here, save it, and you can see we have login form written on the browser. The next thing we are going to do is, we are going to style it a bit using the style attribute. We have been through it already. So we'll write here style. Now inside style, what we'll do is, we'll align this text at the center of our web page. So we'll write here text align, and we'll text align it to the center. Fine. So here we are done with text aligning. Save it now, and you can see it moving in the browser. So it's in the middle of the web page now. You can see it over here clearly. The login form is present at the center of a whole web page. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to use the form tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here form, and this is a form tag. So we are going to create the form inside this particular tag only. Now let's style this as. So what we'll do is, we'll write here style. Again, the style attribute comes into play. So we are going to use the border attribute now. We are going to keep the border 3 pixel thick, solid in nature, and let's use this particular color. So we'll write here F1, F1, F1. So this is white color basically. So here you can see it's not completely white, off-white or a bit grayish we can say. So here you can see the form body. So I hope this is visible for you guys. So the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to use a container now. So what we'll do for that, we'll use the div tag, we'll style it, and then we'll move on further. So we'll write here div. Now inside div, we are going to use the style attribute again, obviously. So we are going to provide padding over here. Now we'll write here 25 pixels. So what is padding? You guys repeat. So what is padding? You guys might be wondering about that. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of an element. Fine. So the space between the border of that element and the content is known as padding. So padding is going to be 25 pixels for all the sides. So padding is basically 4 sides, from top, right, bottom, and left. Fine. So we can provide all the values, or we can provide a single value for all. Fine. So here padding is 25 pixels. Now we are going to set background color for this, and the background color is going to be, let's say, light blue. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a container which has a border of gray color, and the background color is sky blue, or we can say light blue. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is, we are going to start creating a form. So here we are inside the div tag. So you can see we have the form tag first, and inside the form we have a particular division. Fine. So what we'll do now is we are going to create a login form. So we'll use the label tag. So label tag stands for the label of any form. So you will see it over here. So we'll write here username and we'll put colon over here. Save it now. And here you can see we have username present inside the container, or we can say inside the form. Fine. So let's put a space over here, save it now, and now I guess it looks fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a text box now. So for that we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to text for this username, and then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder will write enter username. Fine. Now after this we are going to write here name. Name is going to be, let's say, username again, and then we'll write here, let's say, required. So required is another attribute we have. So what will happen now is if we leave this box empty and if we don't write anything over here, and if we try to submit a login form, then a pop-up will appear which says credentials required or something like that only. So HTML provides us with this feature. So save it now, and here you can see we have a label, username, and a text box which says enter username. Fine. Similarly, we'll create a label for password and a text box for password. Fine. So we'll write here label again, and we'll write here password. Save it now, and here you can see we have a label for password as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here again, we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to password. You guys are already aware of this type, and then we'll write here placeholder, and we'll write here enter password. Fine. So we'll write here enter password. Then we have the name for password. We'll write here name is equals to password, and then we'll write here a required again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box. Now, so let me make it a little more clear for you guys. So here we are done with the username and the password. The next thing we need is the submit button now. Fine. So we'll write here button type is going to be submit, or we can use the input tag as well as we did in the last video. So we'll write here login. Fine. So this is the button name. Save it now, and here you can see we have the login button as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a checkbox, or we can say a remember me function. Fine. So for that what we'll do is we are again going to use the input tag for that. So we'll write here input, then we'll write here type is equals to checkbox, and then we'll write here after this checked is a property again. So we'll write here checked as checked. So then we'll write here remember me. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a checkbox and a remember me option. Fine. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create another button, the cancel button. Fine. So we'll write here button, and type is going to be button again. Then we'll write here ID is going to be, let's say, cancel button. Why we are using this ID? Because we need this ID in the CSS part. We'll see it later. Then we'll write here the name of button is cancel. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a cancel button as well. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put some links over here. So for that we are going to use the anchor tag again. We'll write here a href. Href is going to be, let's say, hash, because we are going to write here forgot password. So we'll write here forgot password, or we can write here forget password. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a link present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here, and then we'll add another link for the sign up page. Fine, so we'll write here a href again. Reference is going to be signin.html. So this is going to be the sign in file or the HTML file for the sign up page. Then we'll write here register. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see register written over here on the browser. So we are already done with the login form. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use CSS for that. So we are almost done with the HTML part for this login page. All of you guys are well aware of the style attribute till now, right? This attribute is used to change the style of any particular element. Let me tell you guys another way of using this style attribute in HTML. We can use all these styling properties inside the style tag as well. For that, what we need to do is we need to move to the head section of a HTML file, and we have to write here style. Fine. So here we are here with the style tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to style a HTML document inside this style tag only. Fine. What we'll do here is we'll write here body first. Fine. So what we are doing here is we are styling the body tag, the whole body tag now. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll use the font family first. So we'll change the font family. We'll write here. Okay, we are going to use Gill Sans. We are going to use this. Then we'll write here the background color. So we'll change the background color of this page. We'll write here RGB. The RGB values are, we have to write it in small letters. The RGB values are 134, 132, 133. Fine. We are done with it. Save it. And here you can see the change. So the RGB values are not working because we have written RBG over here instead of RGB. Save it now. And here you can see the background color is gray now. Fine. So it looks nice. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the button. So the button tag we have used here, you can see it over here. We have used the button tag for cancel button and for submit button. Fine. Or we can say for login button. So we are going to style both of them at once. So we'll write here button. We'll write here the tag name basically. So button is the tag name. Now we'll change the background color of this button, which is going to be, let's say, #150.5ff. So guys, I'm already aware of these colors, and you can do what we did in the background color video, or you can change the background color according to you. You can use the color name, you can use the hex values or the RGB values. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to provide here the width. Width is going to be 100% of the whole tag. Fine. Then we'll write here color. Color is going to change the font color of this button. So we'll write here RGB again. And we are going to write here 248, 248, 248. Fine. Let's see what it is. So here you can see the login and cancel button are changed now. So the font color is white. The button color is blue. And next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here padding. Padding again is going to be 15 pixels for all the sides. Then we'll write here margin. Fine. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 10 pixel and 0 pixel. Fine. So what is margin, guys? Margin provides the space between the border and the outer element. There's a difference between padding and margin. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of element. So here in this case, this is the content and this is the padding. Fine. Margin on the other hand refers to this space between this element and the next element. Fine. So margin as 10 and 0 pixel means 10 pixel from top and bottom and 0 pixel from left and right. Fine. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here border. Fine. So border will define as none. Save it, and you can see the buttons here now. The next thing or the last thing we are going to write here is we are going to change the cursor to pointer on taking over these buttons. You can see the cursor change now. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the input tags. So we'll write here input and we are going to style them. So we'll write here type is equals to, we have used a lot of input tags, right? So we'll write here type is equals to text, and then again we are going to write here input, then we'll write here type is equals to password. Fine. So we have two input tags for username and for password. So we are going to style them at once. Side by side we are going to style them. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to set the width as 100%, and then we'll write here margin again. So we'll write here margin as 8 pixels and 0 pixels. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is looking more, and here you can see the login form looks much better now. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to define the padding as well. Padding is going to be 12 pixel and 20 pixel. Fine. Then we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have border over here. Border is going to be 2 pixel, solid in nature, and we are going to define the RGB value again. So RGB is going to be 109. For green we have 8, and for blue we have, and for blue here we have, let's say 240. Fine, save it now, and here you can see the borders over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to remove pixel from here, and here you can see we have the input boxes, or we can say the text boxes, working totally fine. Now what we are going to do last is we are going to write here box sizing. You can see these boxes going out of area, so we'll write here box sizing as border box. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is almost done. Fine, so let me close it once. Now the next thing we are going to style is the button tag again. So we'll write here button, and then we'll write here a property. It totally depends upon us if we are going to use these properties or not. So we have to remove from here, we have to write here hover, and on hovering the opacity will change. So the opacity will change to 0.7. Now look it carefully, and here you can see when we take our mouse cursor over any button, there's no change, right? Now save the program, try to take the mouse cursor again. You can see it's still not working as of now. We have to remove this, and here you can see now it's working totally fine. On taking the mouse cursor over any button, it hovers now. The opacity will change. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to style the cancel button. So we are going to use the ID over here. So here you can see in the HTML part of cancel button, so we have used the ID as cancel button over here. So we are going to use this ID to style this particular button. Fine. We'll write here inside this cancel button width is going to be auto. Then we have padding is going to be 10 pixel and 18 pixel for top, bottom, and for left, right. Fine. Then we have the margin as well, and margin is going to be 10 pixel for top, bottom, and 5 pixel for left, right. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is completely done. Fine. Now that we are done with the styling part, let's check the final output, save the program, and you can see here. So here you can see on the browser we have this basic login form. It looks fine, right? We can make it more attractive, but we need CSS for that. With HTML, we can do this only. So let's move ahead, and we'll now create the registration form or the sign up page. So let's move ahead to another HTML file. So here we are in the HTML file. So this file is for sign up page. Here you can see the title for sign up. So we'll remove this form tag from here. It's a mistake. Save it now. And now what we are going to do is we are going to open it with live server again. So here you can see this HTML file has no output as of now. So let's create the sign up form now.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what we'll do first is we are going to write here the style tag and we'll finish it later on. Now moving to the body part, what we'll do is we'll style the body first. So we'll use the style attribute now. We are going to define the font family here. Font family is going to be this one again. Let's say we have used this in the sign up form, or we can say the login form as well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to change the background color for this whole body. Now what we are doing here is we'll write here RGB. Then we'll define the values as 134, 132, 133. The same one from the previous login form. Save it now, and here you can see the change in the background color of the whole body tag. Fine. Next up, what we'll do here is we are going to use the h1 tag again. We'll style it as well. So we'll write a style. We are going to align it to the center. We'll write a text align. And we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. So here we are. Then we'll write here registration form. Save it now, and here you can see we have registration form written at the center of a web page. Fine. Next thing, we have to include a lot of text boxes and a lot of labels in this particular registration form, because for login form we need only 2 text boxes or 2 labels, right? The username and the password. But the sign up form is different. We need a lot of information about the user. So for that we are going to use a lot of input tags. First thing we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here. Then we'll use the form tag, and that's it. Inside the form tag we are going to change the style over here only. So we'll write a style, and we are going to use the border. Border is going to be 3 pixel, solid in color, and or we can say solid in nature, and off-white or gray in color. Fine. So here you can see the border on the browser. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the div tag again. So we'll write here div. Here we have the div tag. So let's style this div tag over here only. We are going to use the style attribute for that. We are going to define the padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixel for this as well. Background color we are going to use light blue. Save it now, and here you can see the container on the browser. So it's similar to the login one. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use label first. So we'll write here label. Then we have the label as first name, and save it. You can see we have our first label over here. The next thing we need is the input area or the text box for this first name. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. Then we have name. Name is going to be first name. Then we have size, or we can say the length. So we'll write here max length. Max length, let's define it as 15. And we are done with the first text box. Use the break tag again over here, and that's it. So we are done with first name. Similarly, we have to mention the middle name, last name as well. So let's define them here. So we'll write here label again. This time we have the label for middle name, and that's it. Save it, and here you can see we have middle name written over here. We'll copy this piece of code, or we can say the input tag from here. We'll change the name to last name and save it. Here you can see we have another text box present over here. Fine. So one thing we forgot to mention here is the placeholder. So we can write here placeholder, enter, first name. Fine, save it now, and here you can see the placeholder on the browser. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, we'll mention for last name or for middle name as well. Save it now, and here you can see something is wrong. Save it again, and there's something wrong. Fine. Okay, so there's a problem with the live server. So what we'll do is we'll open it again with live server, and here you can see it's not working as of now. Okay, the break tag, we have something wrong over here. Let me check, guys. Okay, we forgot to mention this over here. Save it now, and it's still not working. With live server again, and it's working now. Fine. So it's working as of now. We'll do the same thing for last name as well. So we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here, we'll change middle to last everywhere. So we'll write here enter last name over here, then we have name as last name, and we have to write here enter last name, or we can say last name over here. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box and another label present over here for last name as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to select, or we can say we are going to use options, or we have to mention them over here. So for that we'll write here label. So we are going to mention course over here, and for course we are going to provide drop down menus. So for that what we need to do is we need to use the select tag in HTML. So inside the select tag we have to provide options. Let's say the value of option is, first value is going to be course, and then we have to write here course. It is going to be a drop down list, so we have to mention a lot of options over here. So we'll write here option again, and then we'll write here value is going to be BCA, then we have to write here BCA. Save it now, and here you can see we have course over here. So here you can see till now it has two values. Let's add some more values over here for options, or we can say let's add some more options over here. We'll add, let's say 3-4 more options. We'll write here BBA instead of BCA for this. Then we have, let's say BTech, and we'll change the value over here as well. We'll write here BTech. Then we have MBA as well, let's say. So we'll write here MBA. Then finally we have, let's say MTech as well. So we'll write here MTech. Save it now, and here you can see if we click on this code, you can see we have different options available. We have BCA, BBA, BTech, MBA, and MTech. So the select tag, or we can say the option tag and select tag, both are used for drop down menus. So here is a drop down menu. So we have to put a colon over here. Save it now, and I guess it looks fine now. So the next thing we need to do is we need to use the radio buttons for gender. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag, and then we'll write here gender. So gender is going to be the label, so we have to put it inside label tag. So we'll write here label, and we have to put gender inside it. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have gender present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to put a break again over here, and then we have to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to radio for radio buttons, and then we have to write a name is going to be male, and the first value is going to be male. Fine. Then we have to put the BR tag again, then we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, for female. Then we have to change the value here as well. Female we have to write here. We have to put a BR tag. We'll copy it from here again, and let me close it once. We'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here. Now we have to write here instead of female other. Fine. So we'll mention other over here as well. Save it now, and here you can see we have 3 radio buttons over here for gender. We have male, female and other. Fine. Now next thing we have to include is we have to include the phone number. For phone number we need 2 input boxes, one for the country code and the another one for phone number. Fine. So we need to write here, and we'll put another break over here. Then after this break we need the label for phone. Fine. So we'll write here phone, and after phone we have to write here input type is equals to text for phone number. Then we'll write here name is going to be country code. Then we have to write here the value as well. Value is going to be +91. This is the country code of India. Then we'll write here max length. Max length is going to be 3, so that the user cannot write anything inside here. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have phone as label and we have a text box. If we try to write anything, you can see we are not able to write. So what we'll do next is we'll add another input box, or we can say the text box for phone number. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it again. We are going to use the name as phone for phone number. The value is going to be none. So we'll remove value from here. And then what we'll do is we'll change the max length to 10 digits. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box over here. So what we'll do is we'll change the type here. So you can see we are able to write characters here as well. What we'll do is we'll change the type as number. Fine. Save it now, and now you will be able to see that we are not able to write any character over here, but we are able to write a number. Fine. So here is the text box for phone number. Fine. So we are going to use the break tag again. So we'll write here break. Let's use it twice. And after this break tag, what we need is the address. So we'll write here label. Label is going to be address. So we have to write here address. We have to put a colon over here, and after this address we have to put the break tag and a text area. So we are not going to use this text box for this. Now we are going to use the text area attribute. So we'll write here text area. Text area columns are going to be 80 for this area, and rows as 5. Fine. Value is going to be, let's say, address over here, and we are almost done. So save it now, and here you can see on the browser we have a text area for address. Fine. So what we need to do next is we need email, we need password and retype password. We need 3 more options, right? So let's start with email. So what we are going to do is we are going to use break over here twice so that it will be clear for you guys to see. Now what we'll do is we'll write here inside label, we'll write email. So we have the label as email. Then we'll write here input type is equals to email. Then we have ID as email. Then we can write here name as well. Name is going to be email again. So save it now, and here you can see we have a text box for email as well. Now what we need to do is we need another box for password. So we are going to use the break tag twice. And now we are going to use the label tag again. Label is going to be password. Save it now, and here you can see we have label as password. Now we'll write here input. Type is going to be password. Then we have id is equals to pass. In case we need them in the CSS part, that's why we are using the id attribute here. Name is going to be pass again, and that's it. Fine. So we have text box for password. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the break tag again. Next up, we need to retype password because this is a registration form. The user needs to retype the password he chooses. Fine. So we'll write here label. Label is going to be re-enter password. And that's it. We need an input box for this as well, so we are going to use this one only. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we are going to use the br tag again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box for a re-enter password. Fine. The next thing we need is the submit button, the last thing. So we will write here input. Type is going to be button. Then we have value. Value is going to be submit. So save it now, and we are done with the registration form. So here you can see we have everything we need in a registration form. So here we are done with the HTML part only. Let's style this page a bit now. We'll move on to the head section again, and we'll write here inside the style attribute, or we can say the style tag basically. So we'll write here, we are going to use input for type as text. So basically we can do one thing. We can remove it. We can go back to HTML, and we have this input one over here. We'll copy it from here. We'll come back to sign up page, and we'll save it. So here you can see it looks fine. So some of them are not working obviously, because here for email we have used the input as email. So for that to work, what we need to do is we need to write here again after a comma. We need to write here input. Then inside these brackets, we need to write here type is equals to email, and for once more, we need to write here input type is equals to number. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see these two are also working. The text area we can also use here over here. So what we can do is we can write here text area only, and it will work as well. So we need to change the box sizing for this address attribute, or we can say for the text area attribute. So one thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here text area as well. Let's see if it works. You can see we have written text area over here, and it works completely fine now. Fine. So here you can see we have both the pages now. If we move back to our login form, you can see this is a login form and this is a registration form. So it looks nice. So what we can do is we can go over here login form, and we can click on register, and it will take us to a registration form because these two pages are linked together. Fine. So this is how we can create a HTML login or sign up page using HTML and a bit of CSS, we can say. I hope you guys got it. Try doing it by yourself and let us know what extra you did. Adding an image to a web page is not a big task. We can do it with the help of an image tag in HTML. We can also style that image according to our needs with the help of a style tag or CSS, we can say. But when it comes to videos or audios, there are some other tags present in HTML for such tasks. So before we discuss how to add multimedia files to a web page, let's discuss why we need them on a web page. Sometimes we need multimedia files on a web page to make it look more attractive to the user. Obviously, a user will go through a website if it contains a video or some sort of background audio or so. It will surely attract the user's attention if a web page contains something exceptional or different from other web pages. Now, the question is how we can attach a multimedia file to a web page using HTML. The HTML embed tag is used to attach a multimedia file to a web page. This tag is quite easy to use but comes with certain limitations as well. So let's go through the syntax of the embed tag first and then we'll see the alternative to this particular tag. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body section of our HTML document and we'll mention embed over here. Fine. Then we have to close this tag as well because VS Code is not working with this particular tag. So we'll write here embed. So this is a embed element we can say. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to mention the type of our file. So we'll write here type video/mp4. mp4 here is the extension. Now we have to mention the source. So we have this video present inside the video folder. So we have two videos over here with .mp4 extensions. So let's use video1.mp4 and that's it. So what we are doing here is we are simply asking the system to embed this particular file to a web page. The file type is video and mp4 here defines the extension of that particular file. This file will get attached to a web page on saving the program. Save the program and you can see here that we have a video present on the browser. Now, the limitation of using this particular element is it does not allow us to make certain changes to the embedded file as it does not have many attributes. So let's add another video file here and then we'll see the difference. So what we'll do is we have another video file present inside the video folder, right? So we'll add it over here. So we'll use the embed element once again. We have to write here embed again to close this particular element. So we'll write here embed. Now what we'll do is we'll define the type for this file as well. So type is going to be video/mp4. Then we have the src as well. Src is going to be video2 present inside the video folder. Save it now and here you can see we have another video present over here. Fine. So you can listen to the sound or we can say the music of this particular video. So what we're going to do is we are going to mute it. Everything is working fine as of now, right? The problem is not every browser supports this element. Some browsers may malfunction while using this element. For example, if you can see here, we have two different videos, right? The first video has controls for pausing or playing this video, but the second video here does not have any controls for it. We have used the embed tag for both the videos and the browser is malfunctioning, right? So the alternative way for attaching multimedia files to a web page is by using the video tag for video files and the audio tag for audio files. The benefit of using them is we can use them according to our needs as they provide us with certain attributes. So let's use the video tag for attaching a video to a web page first. So what we'll do is we'll remove these embed tags from here and now we'll use the video tag. So what we have to do is we have to write here video. So this is the tag in HTML. Now what we need to do is we need to provide the source again. So save this program once and here you can see we have nothing on the browser as of now. Now what we'll do is we'll write here video / then we'll add video1.mp4. That's all we need to do in order to attach a video to a web page. Save the program and you can see here that we have an image present on the browser. It is actually a video, but we do not have any controls or anything to play it as of now. So what we need to do is we need to add controls to this particular video. Also, the size of this video is quite large, right? So what we'll do is we'll change the size first. So we'll change it with the help of height and width attribute, obviously. What we'll do is we'll mention here height. Height is going to be, let's say, 400 pixels. And then we have the width as well. Width is again going to be 400 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see it looks fine now. So let's reduce the size a bit. So width we are going to keep 300 pixels. And here you can see it's working fine as of now, right? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to add those controls to play pause the video. For that, what we need to do here is we need to mention controls over here. So we'll write here controls Save the program, and here you can see we have these controls now. We can play this video, we can pause this video, we can mute it, we can unmute it, we can increase or decrease the volume of this video, and we have certain other options as well, like the playback speed, the picture-in-picture mode, and some more things, right? We can increase the size and we can do many more things with controls. The next attributes we have for this element are the autoplay and muted attributes. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after controls. So we'll write here autoplay and mute it. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the video will be played automatically with no audio. You can see it over here. This video is muted as of now, right? So let's add another video here, because I think that this particular video has no sound or very low sound. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here, and we'll change the file name. So file name is video2 for another video. Save it now, and here you can see we have another video. Now this particular video is also autoplaying because we have mentioned autoplay over here inside this, and we have written muted as well. So let's remove the muted attribute once, save it again, and here you can see we have this video with audio. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to mention muted over here, save it now, and here you can see there's no audio anymore. Fine. The background music is muted because we have passed the muted attribute over here inside this particular video tag. So it is working totally fine. So guys, this is how we can add a video file to a web page with the help of video element in HTML. Similarly, we can attach an audio file as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to use the audio element, or we can say the audio tag. So we'll write here audio, close it, and here we have the audio element. We have to pass the source. Source is going to be inside the audio folder. We have track1.wav. So wav here is the extension of this particular file. Now all the other attributes for both audio and video elements remain the same. We can also use the control attribute or the autoplay attribute with the audio tag as well. Save the program, and here you can see we have no audio file present over here as of now. This is because for the audio tag, we need to mention controls over here. Only then it will work fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have an audio over here. Now what we'll do is we'll comment these videos as of now. So we'll write here, this will copy it from here, and we'll comment videos on it. So we'll paste it here, save it now, and here you can see we have an audio present on a web page. So let's try to play it once. You can see it over here. If we click on this play button, you can see it has audio. So we can mute it as well. Now, let's use the autoplay and the muted attribute. So we'll write here autoplay, muted, save it now, and here you can see the audio is playing automatically and it is muted as well. Both these attributes are working fine. So guys, this is how we can embed multimedia files to a web page without worrying about the embed tag in HTML. The only thing to keep in mind is the extension of that particular file. If you think your file is not working, then try using the type attribute inside the audio or video tag and give the file extension there only. Fine. Try doing it by yourself and let us know if you have any queries. The header tag was introduced in HTML 5.0, and this tag is used to create the head section of any web page. So the body of a web page is basically divided into 4 different parts, and each part has its own use in HTML. The 4 parts are header, navigation bar, content area, and footer. So before the header tag was introduced, the traditional way of creating the head section was with the help of CSS. But this tag made it easier for the user to design the head section of a web page. With the header tag, we just need to define the tag and that's it. We can although use some CSS to change the style of a web page. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and you guys will understand the structure of a web page with all the 4 tags we have. We have the header tag, we have the nav tag for navigation bar. For content, we have the paragraph tag or the content tag. And for footer, we have the footer tag. So let's start programming. Now, What we'll do is we'll move to the body section of a web page or HTML document and we'll write over here header first. Fine. So let's say this is the header of a web page. Now save it and you can see we have header written over here. Fine. So let's define the 4 tags we have first and then we'll see what we can do. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use break over here and then we are going to use another tag. So the nav tag here stands for navigation bar, and you guys already have seen this navigation bar in different websites. It contains the links for different web pages of a website. So this is for the navigation bar. We'll use the break tag again and then we have content. So this is basically the content area or the text area of any website which contains all the content like images and everything. So basically we are using the content tag for now. Let's write something over here. We'll write here this is content and we can write anything. So let's say we are writing over here HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine, save it now and here you can see we have a navigation bar over here and some content inside the content area. Fine, so we'll remove this slash from here, save it now, and now it looks fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the footer tag, but before that we are going to use the break tag once and then we'll write over here footer. Now this footer tag is similar to header tag. The header tag defines the head section or the topmost section of any website. Similarly, the footer tag defines the bottom section of any web page. Fine. So let's write over here footer inside this footer tag. So here you can see we have footer written over here. Let's use another break tag to make it clear. Save it now. And here you can see we have 4 different tags over here. Fine. So let's go through them one by one. So the first one we have here is the header tag. The first one represents the head section of a web page, which generally consists of heading, logo, or sometimes the author information of the web page. Fine. So we'll use the style tag inside the head section to change the style of this HTML document so that it will be clear to you guys the structure of a web page. Fine. So let's use the style tag. We have used it before, so we have to go to the head section and we have to write here style. Now we need to style all these 4 tags. So we are going to style them with the tag name method. So our tag name is header for the header tag. So we'll write over here header. Now inside this we are going to style this particular area. Fine. So let's write it over here. So position is going to be the position of a tag in a web page. So if we say position as fixed, fine, save it now. So this particular area will be logged for the header tag. Fine. The next property we have the height of this tag. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be, let's say, 25 pixels. Then we'll define the width as 100% of a web page. Fine, save it now. And here you can see nothing changes over here as of now. So let's do one thing. Let's use the background color attribute and we'll write over here gray. Fine, save it now. And now you can see we have this gray background for the whole header tag. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to align the text present inside it. We'll use text align at the center. Save it now. And you can see the text is aligned at the center. Fine. So you can see this gap over here on the left hand side. So let's reduce it. The left hand side or from the top as well. So we'll write here left as 0 and also top as 0. Fine, save it now and you can see it over here. Now it took the whole web page, the whole width, the left is 0, the top is 0 and the header part is fixed. So it will remain there, and if we have a lot of content present inside the website, it doesn't matter basically, the header part will remain there throughout. Fine. Now similarly, let's style other tags as well. We have this nav tag and we have this content tag and footer tag as well. So we'll style them as well. Now the navigation bar or the nav tag is used to create the navigation bar of a web page. The navigation bar is necessary. We all know it. Why? Because this bar allows us to move between different web pages present inside a website. You might have seen different options while going through a website like home, contact us, about us, and many more such things, right? So the nav tag is used for it. Let's style it as well. So what we'll do is we'll copy this style from here. We'll paste it for the nav tag as well, save it now, and you can see it's overridden. Fine. So let's define top as 25, save it now, and you can see it over here. The navigation bar is present over here. Similarly, we'll style the content and footer as well. So we'll write here content, we'll copy it from here, and we'll paste it here. Save it now, and here you can see. Fine. So there's something wrong over here. So what we'll do is we'll use another break tag in a HTML document. So now it looks fine. Let's increase the height of this content tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here 250 pixels, and it's over here. Fine. So this is the content area. Let's change the color as well. So we'll write, or we'll use red color for this. Save it now, and here you can see the background area, or the background color for this particular area is red. Fine. Now we are left with the footer section only. So we'll write over here footer, and then we'll copy this from here. We'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. Now instead of top, we need the footer part to be present at the bottom of a web page. So we'll write bottom over here. Fine. So bottom is going to be 0. Save it, and here you can see the footer section. So basically the height is a bit more. Save it now, and here you can see the footer section. So let's change the color for footer section as well, and we'll choose from green. Save it now, and here you can see our footer is of green color. So the footer section basically contains copyrights of a particular web page and the information about the author or something sort of that, right? So guys, this is the most basic structure of a web page, where we include all the sections with the help of these tags. So we have 4 different sections of a web page. The header section, then we have the navigation bar, which remains fixed. Then we have the content area, or the body of a web page, where we provide the information about the web page or whatever thing we are doing. For example, let's say we are creating an e-commerce website. So in this section, the section colored in red, what we will do is we'll provide the items present in a website. Fine. The information basically about all those items. And in the footer section, basically what we'll do is we insert the copyrights and all those links for our website. We can provide any sort of thing. Basically, we can use address over here for the web page or for the website, or we can do any such sort of thing. So here what we did is we provided you with the most basic idea about how things work when creating the front end of any web page. We'll create the front end of a web page very soon. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. It is a rule-based language used to describe the formatting and looks of a web page. CSS stands one among the top 3 basic languages required for front-end web development. There are 3 languages, which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, as we all know, is used to create the layout or structure of a web page, while CSS is used to format that web page. It means to make changes in the style of elements of a web page. JavaScript, on the other hand, is used to make a web page more responsive to a user. All 3 languages together are used for basic front-end web development. Let's not go deep into that, and we'll now go through the different ways of adding a CSS file to a web page. We can use CSS in 3 ways in a HTML document. External style sheet. Define style sheet rule in a separate CSS file. The CSS file's extension is going to be .css, and then we can include that file in our HTML document using the link tag. Another method we have is the internal style sheet. Define style sheet rules in the header section of the HTML document using style tag. Another one we have is inline style sheet. In this method, we define style sheet rule directly along with the HTML elements using the style attribute. Remember the difference. In internal style sheet, we use style tag, and in inline style sheet, we use style as an attribute. So let's go through each of them practically. You guys will understand it much better. We'll use an external CSS file first. We'll attach it to a HTML document. For that, let's write something over here on the web page first so that we can then style that particular element. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body of a HTML document and we'll use a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and inside this, let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here styling using external CSS file, or we can say styling using external style sheet. So this is a basic example of creating a division. Save the program, and you can see here we have some text present over here, right? The next thing we'll do is we'll attach a CSS file to this HTML document using a link tag. Then we'll style this div tag in that file only. So let's do one thing first. We'll create a CSS file first. So we'll go to this section, we'll add a file, and let's name it as style.css. .css is the extension for external CSS files. Remember this, guys. Press enter, and you can see we have another style sheet present over here. So this is empty for now. We just created this style sheet. Now let's move back to the HTML file for now. Now, what we'll do is we'll link this style sheet to a HTML document. For that, the task is simple. We use the link tag. So we'll move to the head section of a HTML document and we'll write here link. Fine. So after link, what we'll do is we'll write here rel, and rel is going to be style sheet. Then we have type. So this defines the type of a document. So we'll write here text/CSS. And then we finally write here href, and a sheet name is style.css. Fine. So we'll write here style.css. Close it now. The rel attribute here signifies the relationship between these two documents, which means the HTML document and the CSS document. Fine. The type is CSS, and the href refers to the source of a CSS file. Save the program, and you can see nothing happened over here on the browser. Now what we'll do is we'll style this div tag in the external CSS file we just created. So let's move on to the CSS file, and what we'll do here is we'll write over here. So we are going to style a div tag. Fine. So for now we'll write over here div. This is the syntax for styling any HTML element. Fine. So let's style it. So let's say we are writing over here background color as blue. Fine. Save it now, and you can see the background color is changed to blue. Next thing, let's change the font color as well. So let's say we are writing over here antique white as font color. Save it now. You can see the font color is also changed. Let's add some more CSS properties. So let's say we are writing over here font weight. So font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have, let's say, font style. So font style we are going to write here italic. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the text is bolder and italic in nature. Fine. Next thing, let's add a border as well. So we'll write here border. Border is also a CSS property. So we'll write over here 3 pixels. This is the thickness of our border. Then we'll write here solid. This is the nature of our border. And let's say we are writing over here the color name. So silver is going to be the color name. Save it now, and you can see this div tag or division, we can say, now has a silver border with some background color and font color as well. The last thing we are going to write here is text align. We are going to align this text at the center of a division. Save it now, and you can see the text present at the center of a division. Fine. You can see the change over here on the browser. We created the layout here with HTML, and then we styled our div tag using CSS. We can style any HTML tag here either with the help of tag name or the ID and class attribute. Fine. The second way of styling an HTML tag is with the help of inline CSS. This method is used to apply a unique style to a single HTML element. For inline CSS, what we need to do is we need to move to the HTML file first, And here what we are going to do is we are going to create another division now. Fine. We don't need any special tag or external CSS file for inline CSS, or we can say inline style sheet. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. Let's use the break tag first to make it look more tidy. So we'll use break tag twice and then we'll write here div. Fine. So this is going to be another division and we are going to write here P. So let's write here styling a document using inline CSS. Fine, save it now. And you can see this division has the same styling as the previous one. This is because we have used the tag name over here inside this style.css and both the tag names are same. Both have div tags, right? So what we'll do is we'll remove this line for now. Now save it and you can see both of them don't have any style right now. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here again. Now we are going to style it with the help of inline CSS. For that, we need the style attribute. So we'll write here style. Then we are going to define the background color as, let's say, aqua. Then we have, so let's make it tidy. So we'll apply the font color as well. So let's say the font color is going to be black for this one. Then we have, let's say, font style is going to be italic. And then we have font weight is again going to be bolder. We have discussed all these properties in the external CSS part as well. So let's mention all of them here. So we are going to use the border as 3 pixel again. Let's say dashed for now. So we'll write here dashed and then we'll write here the color name. So let's say the color name is gold and we have the border as well. So at the end we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. So the style attribute plays a significant role in this type of styling and you can see it over here on the browser. The moment we save it, we have another division over here. So you can see it over here. This division has dashed border which is also 3 pixel thick and it looks different from the previous one, right? So let's mention the link over here as well again. So we'll write here link. Rel is going to be style sheet. Type is going to be text/css and then we have href. Href is going to be style.css. Fine, close it, save it now. And you can see the difference between both the divisions, right? The first one uses the external CSS file and the second one uses the inline style sheet. Okay. The output is almost the same as the previous one apart from the colors and all. So inline CSS is easy to use, but it can make an HTML document look more confusing. And we need to style each element separately if we use this method to apply a style to an HTML document. It doesn't matter if we want to apply similar styling to more than one element. Inline CSS can be tricky and lengthy in such tasks. Moving ahead, let's talk about the last method we are left with for the HTML style sheet, the internal method. So it uses a style tag inside the head section of a HTML document. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to remove both these divisions, save it now. And we are going to remove this link as well. We are going to remove the link for our external style sheet as well. Save it now. And you can see we have nothing over here on the browser. So what we are going to do is we are going to create another division. Now inside this we are going to use a paragraph. So let's say we are writing over here styling a document using internal style sheet. Fine, save it now and you can see we have a paragraph over here, nothing else. Now this method is used to style elements of a single web page. We can apply the same styling to a bunch of elements simultaneously with the help of internal CSS. The task is simple. So let's do one thing. Let's create another division over here. So we are going to create it after the break tag and let's paste it here and let's write something over here as well. So let's add here style sheet 2 and you can see we have 2 paragraphs now. These two are in different divisions. So what we are going to do is we are going to style both the divisions at the same time, or simultaneously we can say. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to move to the head section of our HTML document and we are going to use the style tag. So style can be used as a tag or as an attribute as well. If we are using inline CSS, then we are going to use style as an attribute, and if we are going to use internal CSS, then we are going to use style as a tag. Fine. So let's write it over here. So we have a div tag. Now what we'll do is we'll style both of them. So we are going to write a background color as, let's say, red for both of them. Then we have color, which refers to the font color. So let's say we have the font color as black again. Then we have font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have font style is going to be italic. Save it now and you can see the difference in the browser. Both the div tags have same styling as of now. Now the next thing we are going to write here is border. Fine. So we are going to write here border. Let's make it 5 pixels this time. We are going to write here solid again, and let's change the border color to, let's say we have yellow. Fine. So we'll write here yellow, save it now, and you can see the border color is yellow now. So the last property we are left with is text align. We are going to align it at the center, save it now, and you can see the difference. On increasing the browser size, you can see the difference. The text is aligned at the center of both the divisions. Fine. This method is also good to use if you want to style any particular web page only. I hope you guys must have understood all the 3 methods of using CSS by now. The question that arises now is which method we should use to keep the whole document neat and clean. The answer to this question is external CSS. This is because external CSS allows us to style multiple documents at once. It keeps our HTML document clean and less prone to error as well. So I want you guys to use all the methods and then let us know in the comments which method you like the most or which method you are more comfortable working with. JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make a web page more interactive and livelier to the user. It is one of the most popular scripting languages present in the world today. It's almost impossible to cover the whole of JavaScript in one small video because JavaScript in itself is an interesting topic. In this video, we'll go through the ways to attach JavaScript with HTML and some basic examples of what this language can do. So to include JavaScript in an HTML document, we can either keep the JavaScript code in a separate file and then include it wherever it's needed, or we can just define functions inside the HTML document itself using the script tag. Let's go through both the cases one by one. Firstly, we'll create an external JavaScript file. The benefit of using an external JavaScript file is if we are going to define a functionality which will be used in various HTML documents, then it's better to keep that functionality in a separate JavaScript file and then include that file in your HTML documents. It will help us keep the HTML document neat and organized as well. So a JavaScript file always has a .js extension and the script tag is used to attach a JavaScript file to an HTML document. Let's move on to the programming part directly and then we'll see what we can do with JavaScript. Let's create a JavaScript file first. So we'll go here and we'll click on create a file. Now we'll create a file. Let's say the file name is going to be new.js. .js is the extension here and we have the JavaScript file now. Now it's time to attach the JavaScript file to our HTML document. We'll use the script tag after the body. So what we'll do is we'll move here and we'll write here script. Now inside the script tag, we need 2 attributes. First one is going to be src. src is going to be new.js as this file is saved in that same folder. The next attribute we need is type. So we'll write here type. Type is going to be text/JavaScript. Fine. So src here defines the path where a file is actually saved and type defines the type of file, that is JavaScript in this case. So we are done with attaching the file. Now let's move on and make our web page a bit interactive to the user. Fine. We can write small functions known as event handlers and then trigger them using HTML only. Adding responsiveness to a web page means defining an event that will tell the system to perform a specific action upon calling. Sounds a bit confusing, right? So let's understand it with the help of an example. We are all aware of adding buttons to a web page, right? So if the user clicks on a button, then what should happen? We can either create a pop-up alert on the button click, or we can do whatever we want. So let's create a button here first, and we'll then add functionality to it. Fine, so here we are in a HTML document. We'll create a button over here. So we'll write over here button, and let's say the button name is going to be external for external file. Save it now, and you can see we have a button over here on the browser. Fine. Now click on it, and you can see nothing is happening as of now. So let's add some functionality to this button now. For that, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the button tag. We'll define an event first. So let's say we are writing over here on click, and we'll call a function on button click. Fine. So let's say a function name is going to be message, and save it now. Fine. What we are doing here is we are asking the system to call the message function on clicking this particular button. Let's define this message function in a JavaScript file now. So here we are in a JavaScript file. Now we need to create a function named message. Fine, so we'll write here function message, and this is the syntax for creating a function in JavaScript. Now we'll write over here alert. Inside alert we'll write button clicked. Fine, so here we have this message over here. Now this alert is a method present in JavaScript for creating pop-ups. Save the program, and now click on the button over here. You can see we have a pop-up here which says button clicked. You can see the message right over here. Now, the number of such things we can do with JavaScript is uncountable. Let's move ahead, and we'll see another method of using JavaScript with HTML. The internal script method we can use for this. This method is useful if we want to use JavaScript for a particular file or a particular tag. We can write a script code directly into a HTML document. Usually, we keep the script code in the header section of the document using the script tag. Otherwise, there is no such restriction, and we can put a source code anywhere in the document, but inside the script tag. So we'll move back to a HTML file, and we'll create another button over here. This time, we'll use the internal script tag to add functionality to it. Fine. So we'll move to the body section, and here we are going to create a button. So we'll use the break tag first. Again, a break tag. Now we are going to create a button. Then the button name is going to be internal. Save it, and you can see we have this internal button over here as well. Click on external, and you can see we are getting a message. Click on internal, you can see nothing is happening as of now. Now, to add functionality to this button, we need to add an event first. So we'll move inside the button tag, and we'll write here on, let's say, mouse over. So this is another event we have in JavaScript. We'll see what this event can do in a while. So we'll write over here the function name. So let's say the function name is going to be internal for this particular button. Save it now. And now what we are going to do is we are going to define the JavaScript part. Fine. We'll move to the head section of our HTML document, and we'll write here script. The script tag will remain the same in both the cases. Here you can see we have defined the src and type, but here what we are doing is we are using it internally. So we'll create the function over here only. So we'll write over here function internal, and this is going to be the body of this function, and we'll write something over here inside the alert box. So let's say we are writing over here internal script tag. Fine. Save this program and move back to the browser. Now you can see the moment we take a mouse cursor over this internal button, a pop-up will appear with the message internal script tag. You can see the message over here. Fine. This is because of the on mouse over event we used. So guys, we went through both the methods of adding JavaScript to an HTML document. I hope you guys got it. Although JavaScript is a very long topic to discuss, it is a language, and if you want to learn it, then you can go through our channel and find the JavaScript playlist here. Before we move on and start creating the layout of any web page, let's discuss what a layout is. A layout refers to the arrangement of things. In HTML, a layout refers to the arrangement of elements in a way to make the web page look more neat and clean to the user. Creating a layout also allows us to manage the content present on our web page more effectively and efficiently. You can think of it, right? A well-planned website is easier to manage and edit if we have an idea about all the sections present on a web page. We have used the header and footer tags before, along with some more tags like nav and section to create the layout of a web page. This time, we are going to use the table tag to create a layout, and then we'll use the div and span tags as well for the same. So we are going to use two different methods for creating the layout of a web page. We'll use a bit of CSS as well to differentiate between the different sections of the web page. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a first layout. A question may pop up in your mind: why are we using tables for creating the layout? It is because tables are already arranged in columns and rows, so we can utilize these rows and columns in whatever way we like. So let's understand it with the help of an example now.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what we'll do is, we'll move to the body tag of our HTML document directly. We'll remove this h1 tag from here. And now we'll write here table. So we are going to use the table tag first. Now let's style this table a bit. We'll write over here width. Width is going to be, let's say, 100. And then we'll define the border as 0. Fine. So we have used these two CSS properties for this table tag here. Now close the table tag, and you can see we have the whole table element here. Now inside table tag, we need the table row. Fine, tr tag we can say. So we'll write here tr. Now inside tr, we need the table data tag to mention the data inside the table. So what we'll do here is, we'll again style this table data column, or we can say table data tag. So we'll write call span. Call span is going to be 2, and then we'll write style. Fine. We are going to style the background color over here. So let's say the background color for this is going to be green. Fine. So let's use green yellow instead of green. And now inside the table data, we need to mention a heading. So we'll write over here h1, and inside this we'll write, this is the title of a web page. Fine. Now save this, and you can see over here we have this division, or we can say block, with the heading, this is the title of a web page. So if I increase the size of our browser, you can see this is the title of a web page. We have this over here. Fine. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to come out of this table data and table row tag, because we are going to use another table row tag for another section of the web page. So we are going to write here tr. Now close this tr tag. Let's style this as well. So we'll write here v-align, and we are going to align it to the top. Fine. Save it now. Now we have another table row. So we'll write over here table data again. So we'll write here table data. Now inside table data, we need to style this table data tag. So we'll write over here style, and we'll write width again. So width is going to be 100% for this, and then we'll write over here background color. So background color is going to be, let's say, aqua. Let's change this background color a bit from here. You know we can do it in Visual Code, so let's change it to this. The RGB value will change for this background color. Now we have to close the table data tag as well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put the content inside this. So we'll write over here inside the bold tag. So we'll mention B over here. Let's say this is going to be the main menu. So we have this bold over here. Now we are going to use the break tag again. So we'll write over here this, save it now, and you can see we have this main menu present over here. Fine. So you can see. Now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we are going to mention here 100% the width and save it now. Let's see if this makes a change, and you can see now both the divisions have full width of the web page. Fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to do HTML, and then of course we are going to put a break over here. Then we'll write here CSS, again a break we need. Then we'll write here Python. Let's write each of them in capital letters. So BR again for this as well. Then we'll write here JavaScript BR again. So this is basically the content of our web page. Save it now, and you can see we have this main menu present over here. Fine. Now we are done with this table data tag as well. So let's move on and we'll create another table data tag inside this same table row. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut this section in two different parts. The left part is for the main menu and the right part is for the other things. Fine. So let's zoom it out again, and we are going to use the table data tag here again. So we have this table data tag, and now what we are going to do is we are going to style it. We are going to write here inside the style. So let's say background color we are going to mention. So let's mention any color over here. We'll write here purple, and then we'll change the color from here. Let's make it light purple and save it. You can see nothing is happening over here on the browser, or you can see this purple color over here. It's smaller in size as of now, right? So let's do one thing. Mention the height and width as well for this particular block. So we are going to write here after this. Width is going to be 100 pixels, and then we'll write here height as well. Height is again going to be, let's say, 200 pixels. Fine for this box, and we are done with it. So let's mention over here something. So let's say we are writing over here tutorials present in the website. Fine, all these things refers to the content we have in our website. So save it now. So you can see we have two sections present over here in our website. For this particular section, we have the main menu sections, and then we have the tutorial section as well. So now let's do one thing. Let's move back here again, and now what we are going to do is we are going to add another table row for the footer section, for the bottommost section of a web page. So we are going to write here td again. Then we need call span. Call span is going to be 2 again. Then we'll write here style. Style will mention the background color. Background color is going to be, let's say, red this time. Let's change the color a bit because we want light colors. So let's use this color over here, and you can see it over here. It's not completely visible, but it is here. So let's do one thing. Let's mention something inside this box as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here this, and now inside this table data we are going to use a paragraph tag. So inside the paragraph tag, let's write something. So let's write copyright, because this is always mentioned over here. So let's say we are writing over copyright ABCD. Save it now, and here you can see we have copyright written over here. Let's put it in the center. For that we need to move back to the style attribute, and we have to write here text align at the center. Save it now, and you can see the text is aligned at the center now. You can see the layout of this web page. We designed this layout using the table tag, and we have all the tags present within the table tag. We have the table row, table data tag, and we have the table tag as well. So this is the complete layout of a web page. Fine. Let's move ahead and we'll create another layout. This time we'll use the div and span tag for creating the layout. We'll create a new file for that layout. We'll create a file. So we'll move here and we'll write here how2.html. Save it now, and you can see we have another file over here. Fine, let's do this, and we have the HTML code over here, the basic HTML code. Now we'll move to the body section directly, and what we'll do is we are going to use the div tag and the span tag for creating a layout. Fine, so let's open it with live server once, and here you can see we have this document. So let's write the code now. So we'll use the div tag for creating divisions. So we'll write here div style is going to be the width is going to be 100%. Fine, so let's write over here 100%. Now this is the main division. Fine, so we are going to create the layout inside this particular division only. So we'll use another div tag inside this particular div tag. We'll write here div style is going to be the background color we have to set. So we'll write here background color. So background color is going to be, let's say, blue violet. Let's change the color from here. Save it now, and you can see nothing is happening as of now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to mention the width over here as well. It will take the 100% width of whole div tag. So we'll write here 100% and we'll close this div tag. Fine, so we have this div tag. Now we have to mention our content inside this div tag. So we'll use the h1 tag again, and we'll write here this is the title of a web page. Fine. So we have this. Save it now, and you can see we have this division present over here. It says this is the title of our web page, and you can see we have this whole section present over here, which basically refers to the navigation bar of any website. So this is the layout first. Now what we need to do is we are going to create the whole layout, so we need different sections, right? So we are going to use the div tag again for creating another section present in a web page. So we'll write here div. Now inside this div, what we are going to do is we are going to use style first. So we need to mention the background color again. So the background color is, let's say, this is the gray color, and then we'll write here height of this section. So height is, we are going to write here 200 pixels. Then we have width as well, so we'll write here width is going to be 100 pixels. Fine, and we'll write here float as well. Float is going to be left. Now let's mention the data inside this so that you guys will be able to see it. Now what we'll do is we'll create another division inside this division, and we'll write here in block letters, or we can say bold letters, main menu. Fine, we did the same thing in the previous layout as well. Now after this we'll write here all the languages we have. So we'll write here HTML, then we'll put a break tag over here, then we have CSS, then we'll put a break tag again here, then we have Python, so we'll write here break again, and then we have JavaScript. Fine, so we have this div tag over here. It's almost done. Now save the program, and you can see float left means the whole division will float at the left side of the whole web page. So it's basically we are taking the division and we are putting it in the left hand side of a web page. If we write here float as right, the whole division will move to the right hand side of the web page. You can see it over here. It's on the left hand side. We can also put it at the right hand side as well. So let's create another section now. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to use another div tag. So we'll write here div. Now we need background color, height, width, and float properties again. Fine. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here. We are going to paste it here, close the div tag, and that's it. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to mention something inside here. So let's take the text from the first layout we had. So let's write tutorials present in the website here, copy it from here, paste it here, and that's it. Fine, let's put it inside the paragraph tag so that it's not confusing for you guys. Save it now, and here you can see we have tutorials present in the website present over here. Fine. So before we move ahead, let's change the style of this particular section. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to change the height and width. So height will remain 200 pixels, but the width we are going to change. Let's keep it 350 pixels. Save it now, and you can see it over here. Fine. So you can see we have this whole section present over here. So we have put a main menu at the left hand side, then we have tutorials at the center, and then we can keep something at the right hand side as well. So let's do one thing. Let's move here and we will create another section now. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this div tag from here. We are going to paste it here. Again, now we are going to change some style. So this time we are going to write here float as right. Fine. Then we'll change the width and height as well. Width is going to be 100 pixel and height is going to be 200 pixels. Save it now, and let's see the change over here. You can see we have this layout, or we can say this section present over here, and I guess it looks fine now at 175%. We can also use this space as well. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's create the bottom side of this layout first, and then we'll discuss what we can do. Fine. So here we are. We need another div tag now for the bottom side, or we can say for the footer section. So we'll write here div style. Style is going to be again the background color we are going to mention. So we'll write here background color. Background color is going to be, let's say, blue. Blue is good. And then we'll write here clear. Clear is going to be both. And then we'll write here text align. Text align at the center for aligning the text to the center of a division. Now inside this we are going to use the paragraph tag again, and we are going to write here copyright ABCD. Save it now and move back to the browser. You can see it's present over here. Now you can see many things are wrong in this particular layout. So how we can correct them? What we can do is we can increase the size according to our needs. So let's increase the size of these sections a bit, and we'll see if it works or not. So let's change the color for this section first. Let's make it red. And now we are going to change the width of this particular section. Save it now. And you can see it's greater in width, so it went down. Now what we need to do is we need to remove the width by a bit. So let's write here 350 pixels. Save it now. Let's see, and it's a bit more again. And now we'll write here 300. Let's see if it's working. And you can see it works fine now. It looks fine now, right? So what we can do is we can change the width of each section according to our needs. That's how we can create the layout of any web page. So guys, here we have seen two different methods of doing the same thing. We created two layouts, one with the table tag and the other with the div and span tags. In my opinion, the latter method we went through is a bit simpler, because the only thing we need to keep in mind while working with the div and span tag is the area. Fine, we need to keep the width and height of any division in mind. If we are clear with that, then we can create the layout very easily. So that's why we prefer the letter method to create layouts for a web page. So guys, please go through them and tell us which method you find easier to work within the comments below. Before we discuss these two attributes in particular, let's go through the definition of attributes again. Attributes in HTML provide additional information about an element. For example, the height and the width attribute in HTML are used to define the area any particular element will take over on a web page. Today, we'll be discussing two different attributes, the ID and the class attribute. Let's go through them one by one and then we'll see the difference between them. Let's discuss the ID attribute first. This attribute is used to make an element unique. We can't have multiple elements with the same ID in HTML. This attribute is used when we want to make certain changes to a particular element. So let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is, we'll create a div tag first and try to make some style changes on it with the help of an ID. So we'll write here inside the body tag. Let's create a division. So we have to use the div tag for that. Now, what we need to do is, we are going to define a heading inside this div tag. So let's say we are writing over here, this is heading 1. Fine. Now save it and you can see the heading over here on the browser. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to give it an ID first. So for giving an ID, we have to move to this div tag because ID is an attribute. So we'll write here ID. Now use some specific name for ID. So we'll write here division 1. Keep one thing in mind that this ID attribute is case sensitive. Fine. Now save it and you can see no change over here on the browser because we are going to use this ID attribute in a CSS part. Now we have a div tag here with an ID as division 1. So we'll use this ID in the CSS part to make some style changes to this particular element. So we'll move to the CSS file. So here's our CSS file. Now what we'll do is, we'll write over here hash division 1. Fine. So let's check it out if the ID is fine. So you can see our ID name is division 1 over here. I already told you that ID is case sensitive. Fine. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Now let's make some style changes to this particular element. So we'll write here background color. So let's say the background color is going to be aqua. We are going to define the height. Height is going to be 100 pixels. Then we have the width as well. Width is again going to be, let's say, 200 pixels. And then let's say we are going to use the border property. So border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in nature, and let's say black in color. Fine.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So one thing to keep in mind is, while using the ID attribute, whenever we use this attribute, we need to use the hash symbol to access it. You can see it over here. We have this hash symbol written before the ID. Now save the program and you can see the change over here on the browser. Let me zoom in a bit for you guys. So I guess this is visible now. Using the ID attribute is easy, right? You guys might be wondering if we can use the div tag here as well in the style sheet. Yes, we can. But what if we have more than one div tag, or we can say div element, present in our HTML document? Using the div tag will change the styling of each div element present on the web page. Till now, in the previous videos, we were using the element name, right? So from now onwards, we are going to use the ID or the class attribute for making style changes to a particular element. So to avoid such circumstances of not accessing all the elements at the same time, we are accessing one single element with the help of IDEs. So moving ahead, let's discuss the class attribute as well. What we'll do first is, we'll add some more division in our HTML document for using the class attribute. So let's move back to our HTML document and we'll write here div. Now we are going to create some more division. So we are going to use the h2 tag again and we'll write here, this is heading 2. Fine. So let's copy it from here and we are going to create some more headings over here. So let's change the heading names in here as well. We have heading 3 and heading 4. Save it And you can see we have 3 more headings, right? We have heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4. Let's assume a scenario now. We have already styled the first attribute, or we can say the first division, using the ID attribute. The ID is unique for this element, right? So let's say we want to make similar style changes to heading 2 and heading 4. Heading 3, we want it as it is. So we are left with 3 options now. We can either use the ID attribute with each heading, but this will take a lot of time, right? Another thing we can do is we can use the tag name, but there's a problem with that. It will make style changes to all the div elements present on the web page. What we want is, we want similar style changes but in 2 headings only, in heading 2 and heading 4. Heading 3, we want to leave it as it is. Fine. That's where the class attribute comes into play. This attribute is used when we want to make certain changes, or we can say certain styling changes, to a group of elements. By changes, we mean similar changes. To use this class attribute, we need to write here in both the div tags. So we have to write here class. Let's say class name is class1 for this div tag, and we want to make similar style changes in heading 4 as well, right? So we have to give similar class name here as well. So let's say the class is class1 for this div tag as well. Now we have 2 elements here with the same class. Let's use this class name in the CSS file now to make style changes in both the elements. So save the HTML part once, move to the CSS file, and to access a class, we use the dot operator, or we can say we use this dot. Fine. Then we have to write the class name. So our class name is class1, and then inside those curly braces, we'll write a CSS properties. So the difference between ID and class attribute is this. For ID, we are going to use the hash symbol, and for class, we are going to use the dot symbol. Keep this thing in mind, guys. Now we are going to make certain style changes. So we'll write here background color. Background color is, let's say, yellow for this. Fine. So there's a spelling mistake over here. We'll write here yellow. Then we have height. Height, let's keep it same. So we'll write here 100 pixels. Then we have width. Width will also keep the same. We'll write here 200 pixels. And then we have border. So let's change the border property here. We'll keep it 2 pixels. Instead of solid, we are going to write here dashed, and let's say the color is going to be black. Fine. Save the program, and you can see we have similar styles for both the elements now. Heading 2 and heading 4 have the same color, border, and almost everything, right? Heading 3 is as it is. Now, the difference between the ID and class attribute is that an ID is only used to identify one single element in a HTML document. IDs are only used when one element on the page should have a particular style applied to it. However, a class can be used to identify more than one HTML element. I hope you guys must have got an idea by now about what these attributes are and where we should use them. So these attributes are also used in JavaScript as well, along with the getElementById and getElementsByClassName methods. You guys will understand it when you go through the JavaScript part. You can find JavaScript videos here in this channel only. You can go through JavaScript once you are done with HTML and CSS. So I hope you guys got what we learned today. HTML is used to create the layout of any web page. By layout, we mean the structure of a web page. Today, we'll be creating the layout of a job application form where the user can apply for a job. Let me quickly take you through what we are doing today, and then we'll see how we can do it. So here we are on the landing page of our application form. You can see here that we have a bunch of input text boxes where the user can fill in all the required information to apply for a job. We have to style this web page to make it look more attractive to the user. Obviously, we'll be using some CSS for that, and you'll learn everything we are doing in this video. So here you can see we have the column for first name, last name, then we have email, job role, address, city, pin code, date of birth, and a CV portal. So here the user can choose a file to upload from. Then he can apply, and on clicking on apply now, you can see we have this pop-up which says please fill out this form. We'll go through everything in this tutorial. So please watch the video till the end, and you can post all your queries in the comment section. We'll definitely help you out. So let's start creating this layout. For this, we'll move back to a HTML document. Here we have a HTML document and we'll start writing our code here only. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to create a div, or we can say a container. So let's use the class attribute first. Let's say the class for this is going to be container. We'll close this and here we have a container. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the box first. So for that we have to write here div, and again we have to use another class for this. The class attribute we are using, this is because of the CSS part. We are going to style each element with the help of ID or class or the tag name. Fine. So first of all, we'll write here class. Let's say the class name is going to be apply box, and then we'll move inside here and we have a heading then. So we'll write here h1, and inside h1 we'll write job application. Fine. So let's go through the form first. So here you can see we have written job application here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write this web over here. You can see the font for web is a bit smaller. So let's write the code for this as well. We are going to write here after this job application. We are going to use the span tag again, and then we'll write here class. Class is going to be title and let's say small. Fine. We'll write something inside here. So in brackets we have written web over here. Fine. So here we have the title of our application form. Save it now, and here you can see we have job application web written over here. We are going to make this font smaller on the CSS part, where we are going to style this particular with the help of class attribute. So let's move ahead, and now what we'll do is we'll create another form inside this div tag. So we are going to write here form, and then we are going to write here action. We are going to let it be there, and now we are going to create another div inside this form tag. So we'll write here div, then class we are again going to use form container. Fine. So this is our class name, and let's do one thing. So we have this div tag over here. We are going to use another div tag for each input box we have. So we'll write here class. Class is going to be, let's say, form control. Fine. So keep this thing in mind. We have different class name for each div tags we have used till now. Don't get confused in this part. So the next thing we have in our application form is the label. You can see here we have the label as first name here. Fine. So let's use the label tag for this. So we are going to move back to our HTML document, and we are going to write here label. So we'll write here label is for first name. Fine. So this is the label. Then we have the label as first name. Fine. So this is the label for a input box. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here input. Now we are going to use the input tag. Fine. For a placeholder, or we can say for a text box. Then we'll write here ID. ID is going to be first name, and then we have another attribute over here as name as well. So we'll write here name as, again, let's say first name for this text holder, or we can say for this placeholder or text box, whatever we can say. Now we are going to use the placeholder attribute. Placeholder is going to be enter first name. Fine. So we'll use this, and then we'll write here at the end required. We'll discuss what this required property will do in a while. So let's close this input tag for now, save the program, and you can see we have a first text box over here with the label as first name, and then we have this text box where the user can enter their first name. You can see we have a pop-up here which says please fill out this field. This is because we have used the required attribute inside the input tag. Fine. So let's move back to our application form here, and you can see we have several text boxes over here, right? We need to add all of them first. Fine, so let's do one thing. Let's move back here and we'll add all the text boxes first. So the next text box we have to add is for the last name. So we are going to use the same procedure. We are going to use a div tag for that. Now we have to come out of this div tag first, and then we have to write here another div tag. Fine, so div we are going to write here, and we are going to write here class. Class is going to remain the same for all the div tags. Remember, this is the div tag for first name. So we have the class name as form control over here. We'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. We are going to use the same class for all the text boxes so that we can later style them at once. Fine. So let's write here inside this div tag. We are going to use the label first again, and we are going to write here for last name. Label is for last name. Then we have a last name over here. Fine. Now we are going to use the input tag again. For the text box, we'll write here input. ID is going to be, let's use some space over here to make it more cleaner to you guys. So we'll write here ID as last underscore name. Then we have name as last name again. Then we have placeholder. Inside placeholder we'll write enter last name. Fine. So we'll use the required attribute here again. So we'll write here required, and that's it. We are going to close this input tag. Save it again, and you can see we have this last name present over here on a browser. So this is the label name and this is the text box. Similar thing we are going to do for each text box we are going to add. Now the next text box we are going to add is for a email address. Fine. So we'll write here again div class is going to be form control, and that's it. Inside this we are going to use the label tag again. We are going to write here for, and label is going to be there for email. Then we'll write here email. This is a heading, and then we are going to use here input. So input, inside input we are going to use the type attribute because we are going to write here email, because this is where the user will enter their email. So for that we are going to use the type attribute, and the type is going to be email. Fine. Next up we'll write here ID. ID is going to be email, and then we have name again as email, and finally we have placeholder. So we'll write here enter email, and then we'll write here required. Fine. Next thing, we are going to close this input tag, save the program, and you can see we have the text box and label for our email as well. So again we are going to use the div tag. This time we are going to use it for another text box. So we'll write here div class as form control, and then we have inside this we are going to write here label. Label is going to be there for, let's check it out once. So after email we have a job role. Fine. So the label will remain the same, but instead of input tag we are going to use the select tag, because we are going to provide options to the user. So you can see we have 4 different job roles present over here. We have React, Node.js, full stack, and frontend. So let's see how we can do it. We'll move back to HTML document, and we'll write here label for as job role. Fine. So we'll write here job underscore role, and we'll write here job role. Fine. After label, we are not going to use the input tag again. We are going to use the select tag. Fine. So we'll write here select, and then we'll write here ID. ID is going to be job underscore role. Fine. Then we'll write here name. Name is going to be job role again. And we'll write here void. Fine. That's it. So we are going to put some options inside this. So we'll use the select tag here and we are going to use option. Fine. So we'll write here option. Option is a tag. Then we'll write here value. The first value is going to be select job role. So this is what we want the user to see when he opens the application form. So we'll write here select job role. That's it. Then we have another option. So we are going to use another option tag for this. We are going to write here value as React and the value is going to be React. Fine. Save it now and you can see we have another text box, or we can say select box here for job role. Click on it and you can see we have two different options, select job role and React over here. Similarly, let's add other options as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this from here. We'll paste it 4 times and we are going to change the values here. After React, what we have is Node. Fine. So we'll write here Node. Instead of this, we are going to write here Node.js. Then we have full stack. So we'll write here full stack developer. And we are going to change the value as well. So we'll write here full underscore stack. And then we have at the end front end. So we'll write here front end. And we'll change the value here as well. We'll write here front end developer. Fine. Save it now and click on this job role again. You can see we have 4 different job roles present here. We have React, Node, full stack and front end developers. Fine. So this thing is working fine. Now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we are going to create another div tag because we have another text box over here. You can see this is different from other text boxes. So for this, we are going to use the text area tag. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's create another div tag here. So you can see it over here that this is different from other text boxes. So we are going to use different class for this. So we'll write here class. Class is going to be, let's say, text area control. And then inside this div tag, we have to put the label for address. So we'll write here label for address and the label is going to be address. Fine. Save it now. Move back to a HTML document and you can see we have address written over here. Now let's use the text area tag for this. So we'll write here after this text area. This is our tag. We are going to use the ID attribute again. ID is going to be address. Then we have the name as address and we have the row attribute. Fine. So we'll write here row. Row is going to be 4. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to use the calls as well. So we'll write here calls. Calls is going to be, let's say, 50 columns. Fine. So 4 rows and 50 columns for this particular text area of ours. Then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder is going to say enter address. And after this, we'll write required over here because address is mandatory. Fine. Close this. And here we have the text area element present over here. Save the program and you can see the text area over here. It looks different, right? We can write anything inside it. So the text area is here. Now let's move ahead and we are going to create other text boxes we have in our application form. So let's move back here and you can see we are left with city, pin code, date of birth and upload your CV. Fine. So let's create the text box for city now. Now city is the same text box as we had for other text boxes like first name and last name. So we are going to use the same class for this text box. So we are going to write here div. Class is going to be which class we used previously. So we have used form control. So we'll write here form underscore control. And after this, we are going to use the label first. So we'll write here label for city. Fine. So we'll write here city. Now the label is city with C capital. Save it now. Move back to the output and you can see we have city present over here. Now we are done with the label tag. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the input tag again. Now for this we are going to write here input. ID is going to be city. Then we have, let's do it the same way as we are doing for others. Then we have name as well. Name is going to be city again. Then after name we have placeholder. So we are going to write here placeholder. Inside this we are going to write enter city name. Fine. And at the end we are going to write here required. That's it. Close the input tag, save it now, and you can see the text box over here on the browser which says enter city name. Everything till now is working totally fine. So let's move ahead and we are going to create another text box for pin code. Fine. So we'll write here div class. We are going to use the same class. Class is a form control. Fine. Now inside this div tag, we are going to use the label tag again. Label is for pin code. And we have to write here pin code again. We are done with the label. Let's move ahead and we are going to use the input tag again. For input, we are going to write here type because a pin number is always numeric. We are going to specify type as number. Then after type, we have ID. ID is going to be pin code. After ID, we have name as pin code again. And we have to use the placeholder attribute here. So we'll write here enter pin code here. And we are going to write required here again. So we are done with the pin code as well. So here you can see it works fine. Now let's move ahead and after pin code, what we have in our application form. So let's move back and here you can see after pin code we have DOB, which means date of birth, or we can just write here anything. So you can see we have date of birth as well. So 1 minute, let's close it and you can see 10/1/1999. So let's see how we can create this. Fine, using HTML only.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by SimpliLearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So we are going to use the div tag again. This time we are going to do it for date of birth. So we'll write here div. Class will remain the same as form control. And inside this we are going to write here label. Label is for date. Then we have to write here DOB. Fine. So save it now and let's see if it's working or not. You can see we have DOB present over here. Now it's time to add a calendar to a HTML. Fine. So we'll write here input value we are going to define. So let's say the value is going to be 2022 and then let's say today's date. Fine, 24 or 5. Fine, save it now and you can see it says 2022-24-05. Let's do one thing. We are going to write here type. Type is going to be date and then we are going to write here ID as date again, and after this we have to mention name as date. Fine. So we are done with it. Save the program, and you can see it says ddmmyy. So we have to mention here 05 and 24. Save it now, and you can see it says 24th May 2022. Fine. Let's change it to 1999. Save it now, and you can see we have a calendar over here. We have years since 1999. We can use any of them. You can see we have years till 2020, and it's going on further. Fine. So this is how we can add a calendar using HTML. We have to mention the type as date, and that's it. We are done. Fine. Now let's move ahead, and we are now left with this particular thing. We have to create an option where the user can choose a file from his system and he can upload it. Fine. So let's create this as well. We'll see how we can do it. Now what we have to do is we have to use another div tag for this. Fine. So we'll write here div. Class is going to be the same. So we'll write here form control. And after this, some of the part will remain the same. We'll write here date, or we can say label for. We'll write here upload, and label is going to be upload your. Fine. We are done with the label. Now what we have to do is we have to use the input tag again. So we'll write here input. Then we have the type as file, and after this we have ID as upload and name as upload. Fine. We'll write here required once again, and that's it. Fine. So save it now, and let's check if it's working. You can see we can choose a file from here. Click on it and it will let you choose any file from your system. Fine. Now we are almost done with the application form. The last thing left now is the apply now button. Let's create this button now, and then we'll be done with this particular application form completely. Fine. So we'll write here after this div. We have to define a class for a button. So we'll write here button container. Now after this we are going to write here button. We are going to use the type attribute. Button type is going to be a submit button. So we'll write here apply now. Fine. We are almost done with it. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have our application form here. The complete application form. The HTML part is done. We are done with the structure. Now we know that how the form will look like. The form will contain all the information about the first name, last name, email, job role of the candidate, address, city, pin code, date of birth, and an option to upload the CV. Fine. Then the user can click on apply now button, and you can see on clicking apply now, you can see it says please fill out this field. This is because the required attribute we used in the input tag. Fine. Let's move to the CSS part now, and we are going to style this according to our need. So here we are in a CSS file. Let's see what styling changes we have to make in our application form. First of all, you can see the background here. We have two different colors present in the background. We'll see how we can manage them. Then we have this container, which is for the application form, and you can see everything here looks completely perfect. And in this application form we are creating right now, it looks a bit confusing, right? So let's use CSS and we'll make this particular form look like this one. Fine. So let's start writing our code in CSS. So first of all, we'll write here asterisk. This is for the whole HTML document. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 initially. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0. And then we have box sizing as border box. Save it now, and you can see the margin and padding over here is 0. Fine. Now let's style it. So we are going to write here body. We are going to use a background color initially. So we'll write here background color. Background color is going to be hash 34ADFF. So we have all the colors present with us, and you can use any color of your choice. Now save the program, and you can see the background color is blue as of now. We'll change it later on. I'll also show you how we can achieve that two different color thing using CSS. So first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to style a container. So you can see over here that we have a class named container. Fine. So the first div tag has the class as container. We are going to create the container now. So to specify a class in a CSS file, we have to use the dot operator, and we are going to write here container. Now inside container, we are going to write max width. Max width is going to be 900 pixels, and let's say margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. Save it now. You can see there is no difference as of now. We'll see the difference in a moment. Let's move ahead, and now we are going to style a apply box. Fine. So now we are going to create this particular box. You can see over here, we are going to create this box with the help of CSS. So let's do it. We'll write here dot apply box. Fine. We are going to write here max width. Max width is going to be 600 pixels for this box. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 20 pixels. And then we have background color as white. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto again. Then we have margin top. Margin top is going to be 50 pixels. And after this margin top, we have the box shadow as well. So for box shadow, we are going to write here 4 pixel and then 3 pixel, 5 pixel, and we are going to use the RGBA values. So we'll write here RGBA, red, green. So the value of RGBA are going to be 1, 1, 1, 0.1, which is sort of black color. Save it now, and you can see it over here. You can see the box which has some box shadow present around its left, right, top and bottom side. Fine. So we are styling a application form now. So next thing we are going to do is we are going to define the border radius. Border radius is going to be 10 pixel. Save the program, and you can see the border changing from this side. Right, from each corner, the border is a bit rounded now. At the end, we are going to write here text align at the center. Save the program, and you can see the text is aligned at the center now. Now we have to style this web first. So you can see it over here. The font size of web is pretty small when compared to this job application's font size. So let's move back to our HTML document, and you can see the class title small over here. We'll use this class. So we'll write here title underscore small. And inside this, we are going to define the font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels. Fine. Save it now, and you can see the change in font size. We could have used this font size property in the HTML part only, but we are using CSS, so let's do it here only. Let's do all the styling over here in this file only. Fine. Next up, what we have is we have the form container class. You can see it over here. We have the form container class, which remains the same for all the text boxes. So let's style this class as well. So we'll write here dot form container, and inside this we are going to write display as flex. We want it to be flexible, so we'll write here flex direction as column, so it will be flexible column wise. Then we have the font weight. Fine, so we'll write here font weight as bolder. Save it now, and you can see the font is bolder now. After this, we are going to use the label tag. So we are going to style all the labels. Fine. So we'll write here label, and inside this we are going to write font size. Font size is going to be 15 pixel for each label, and we are going to write margin bottom as 5 pixels. Save it now. You can see the font size is of 15 pixels now. Now we are going to use 3 different tag names. We are going to use the input, select, and text area tag names. Fine. So let's write over here input, then we have select, and we have text area. Fine. So all these tags we have used for a text boxes. Fine. So let's do one thing. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 6 pixel and 10 pixels. Then we have the border for each text box. So we are going to write here border as 1 pixel, solid in nature, and the color code is this. Fine. So white we can say, or off-white, a bit of off-white we can say. Then we have the border radius as 4 pixel for each text box, and we have the font size. Fine. Font size is going to be 15 pixel for each text box. Save it now, and you can see over here we have every text box present over here. We have first name, last name, email, and each of them looks a bit similar to this particular application form. Fine, let's style them again. So we are going to write here after this input, we are going to use the focus property over here. On focusing, we are going to write here outline. So we are going to write here outline color. Outline color is going to be, we have the RGB values. So we'll write here RGB 38, 0, 255. 38 for red, 0 for green, and 255 for blue. Fine, save it now. And you can see on focusing on each text box, the border changes to blue color. We can say the outline is changing to blue color. For address, you can see the outline is black as of now. For other text boxes, you can see the outline changing to blue color. Fine. Now, after this input, we have the button. Fine. So we'll use the button container class. So we'll write here button container. And inside this button container, we are going to write display as flex, and we have to justify content at the flex end. Fine. Margin top we are going to define. Margin top is going to be 20 pixels, and that's it. Fine, we are done with the button container as well. Save it now, and you can see the button present at the bottom right of our application form. Now after this, we are going to style a button as well. So for that, we are going to use the button tag. We'll write here button background color. We have the RGB value for a background color, which is 0,47 for green and 255 for blue. Fine, you can see the button is blue in color now. Next up, we are going to write here border. Border is going to be transparent for our button. Then we have padding as 5 pixel and 10 pixels. Fine, save it now, and you can see the padding as 5 pixel for top and bottom and 10 pixel for left and right. So we are done with the padding. Then we have after this color. Fine, so we are going to change the font color. For this, we are going to use the color property. Color is going to be white again, and after color we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 8 pixels, and after border radius we have the transition as well. So transition is going to be in 0.3 seconds and it is going to be easy. Fine. Save it now and you can see the transition over here. Save it again and you can see the transition in button. Fine. Now after this we are going to use the hover effect on a button. For that we have to write here button and we have to define hover over here. Then we have to write here background color we want to change on hovering over the button. So we'll write here background color as this. Then we have border here. Border is going to be 2 pixels and solid in nature, and we have the RGB values with us. RGB values are 0, 47, 255. Fine. So we have to put the bracket over here, save it now, and you can see on clicking or on taking the mouse cursor over this button, it changes and the background color is white, the border color is blue on hover. Fine. So this thing is working totally fine as of now. We are going to change the color as well. Color is going to be black, which is the font color. Then we are going to write here transition. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds and ease out. Fine. Then we have to write the cursor as pointer. Save it now. Take your mouse cursor over the button and you can see the transition, and you can see the font color is black, the border color is blue, and the background color is white or off-white we can say. Fine. So the hover effect is also working fine. Next up, what we want to style is the text area. We are left with this text area only. Increase the size of our browser and you can see this is our text area. We are going to style it first. So we'll write here dot text area underscore control. This is the class name we have. Then we'll write here grid column. Grid column is 1. So it basically is grid in and grid out. So 1 column and we are going to span 2. So we will write here font weight as bolder. Fine. Save it now and you can see the change on the browser. Then we have to write here dot text area control space text area. Fine. We are going to use the tag name here as well. We are going to write here width. Width is going to be 100%. Fine. Now save the program. Increase the size and you can see the address is over here. The width is completely taken by the text area. Fine. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to make it look better in this version as well. So we'll write here @media max width, and then we have max width as 460 pixels, and we'll write here dot text area control. We are going to write here grid column. We'll write here 1 by span 1. Fine. So let's see if this thing is working or not. Save the program and you can see this thing is not working as of now. Move back here, open it with live server, and you can see the application form is not what we expected it to be. Let's see if something's wrong here. And we have used the form container class, but we forgot to use the form control class. So the mistake here is we have to write here form control for this, and we have to define another class over here. So we have to write here form container, save it once, and you can see it's almost fine. So we have to define the form container class now. Inside the form container class we have to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have display as grid, and we will define the grid template columns. So we'll write here grid template columns. We'll write here repeat, and inside here we'll write auto fit, comma min max, and we have to define the minimum and maximum over here. Fine, so the min is going to be 200 pixels and max is going to be 1 fr. Fine, then we have to define the gap as well. Gap is going to be 20 pixels. I hope this thing will work now. Let's see if this thing is working or not. Save the program, and you can see we have the same application box over here as well. Now, one thing we haven't achieved yet is the background, which is of two different colors. We have two different shades of gray over here. Let's see how we can achieve it. So for that, what we have to do is we have to move to the body section, and we have to write over here background image. So background image, we have to use WebKit linear gradient, and we have to define the angle here 120 degree. Then we have the colors as hash 313131, which is gray, and then we have to write here 50%. Fine, then we have to put a comma over here. We have to define the second color as well, which is hash 4F5355. Fine, which is also a different shade of gray. Then we have to write here 50%. So gradients allows us to display smooth transition between two colors. 120 degree here is the angle, and 50% defines the area the color will acquire. Save the program and increase the size of our window. You can see we have two different colors of gray, or we can say two different shades of gray here. Now we have created our application form completely. Fine, you can see the transition working, and you can see the transition working here as well. It's working totally fine. Right, now let's try to fill out this form once. So let's enter a first name here. We'll write here Kaushal. Then we have, let's say, name. Then we have for email Kaushal, and we have to write here something like this @gm.com. Then we have to select the job role. So you can select a job as Node.js developer. Then we have the city name. City name is, let's say, now try to apply. You can see we need to fill out this field because we have used the required attribute in almost each text box, right? So let's enter the pin code here. Then we have the DOB here. We can choose any file from here and click on apply now. You can see we have to choose any file from here. So we'll use this file. Apply now, click on apply now, and you can see the form is refreshed. We haven't used JavaScript with this form. So to make it completely working, we have to use JavaScript with this form. For now, we are done with the styling and the structure of this particular web page. Right, I hope you guys got it.
And with that, we have come to the end of this tutorial. If you guys feel that we have missed out on some important topics that we were supposed to cover in this tutorial, then please feel free to drop them down in the comment section below, and we'll have your questions answered. If you guys like this video, then do give it a thumbs up. Please comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe SimpliCode. Thank you.